98.1 Game Day is on.
Presented by your local Super Chevy dealers.
This is LSU football.
The kick from Mitch Jeter is going to be bobbled at about the 6-yard line by Trey Palmer. He'll pick it up. Near side 15, 20, 25, 30. Cuts back middle of the field. He's across the 40, 45, headed to the far sideline. 40, 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Tigers!
Appreciate you.
Looks to throw. It's going to be intercepted. Taken away. It's going to be Eli Ricks. 15, 10, 5. Pick 6. Touchdown! Tigers!
LSU football on Eagle 98.1, the flagship home of the Tigers. Today from Jordan-Hare Stadium in Auburn, Alabama.
It's your defending champion LSU Tigers.
And the Auburn Tigers. Now.
Live from the Mercedes-Benz of Baton Rouge Studios, here's Charles Hanagriff.
And a very pleasant good morning to you, Tiger fans, and welcome to Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Charles Hanagriff along with Jimmy Ott and our entire staff to bring you to the kickoff of today's game between the LSU Tigers and the Auburn Tigers. LSU comes in with a record of 2-2, fresh off of a 52-24 win against South Carolina last week at Tiger Stadium. Game marked the debut of freshman quarterback TJ Finley, and he responded with a tremendous game in his debut. The Tigers took big plays. You heard the highlights in the opening, including the first kickoff return in Tiger Stadium in nearly 40 years. Defensively, LSU showed some improvement, though there's still a long way to go on that side of the ball. And today they meet up with an Auburn team that's got a lot of the same question marks that LSU does in what has been one of the most, if not the most, entertaining series in LSU's football history, with too many games that have names to count. Another chapter will be written today at the loveliest little village on the plains. And Jimmy, today for LSU, it's going to be about TJ Finley making his first road start, and for a defense to build on a little bit of momentum last week that they gained against South Carolina, but still looking to limit those explosive plays.
Yeah, Charlie, good to be with you.
Yeah, nice to good morning. Yeah,
best they've looked all season, and it's not just the quarterback. Keep in mind that Miles Brennan was the Missouri game, the 7th most passing yards ever. He's the first LSU quarterback ever to start with 3 300-yard passing games. Okay, his first year statistically is more impressive than even Joe Burrow's first year statistically in his first 3 starts. But it was everybody else. And sometimes, and we remember that 2003 season when Sharon Carey and I forget, it may have been another running back went down as well. And then, okay, we gotta play these 2 freshman running backs. Offensive line picked it up against South Carolina of all teams, and they just got better and better and better. This was by far the best the running game has looked, and that's the running backs, and it's also the offensive line. And it doesn't hurt to have your best offensive lineman back at left guard, because that's what it was about. And the play call and the approach, some people have called balance. I don't know if balance is 2-to-1 run in 2020. That was more of a running-based attack. And that was what I expected maybe in game 1 with Brennan to kind of nurture him along. And you did not see that at all. So if they are going to, and this defensive front is about as weak as we've seen in this run for Auburn. When you lose Derek Brown and Marlon Davidson and co., I mean, all who came back for another year last year, they were very special, and they allowed them to have some extreme game plans like they did against LSU with the only rushing 4, and they were still hitting Burrow a lot. This is going to be very interesting because can this team build upon what they did, and it was their best effort. It was their best performance, a decisive win against a solid South Carolina team. So it all starts with that running game again, and maybe they'll try and get a little closer to 50-50 run pass. But this week, I mean, there's never been a bad game call, a bad game with play calling when you had a successful running game.
Auburn comes into the game with a record of 3-2. They're off of a win against Ole Miss last week, 35-28. That game, like their win against Arkansas and their win against Kentucky, came with a very controversial call, and this time it was on a kickoff, a ball that bounced off of the Auburn player's finger or not. The officials ruled no. It cost Ole Miss a touchdown, which would have given them a 2-score advantage late. But give Auburn credit. behind at that point. They drove the length of the field. Big play from Bo Nix to Seth Williams to give the Tigers the win. The Arkansas game, it was a spike. At the Kentucky game, it was a call down by the goal line in the first half. For Auburn, they have found their workhorse running back in Tank Bigsby. The freshman in the last 3 games has piled up over 400 yards. Seth Williams is, in my opinion, one of the best receivers in the country. And then we get to Bo Nix. The erratic, talented, sometimes dynamic, sometimes careless quarterback was sort of had Auburn's fortunes put on his shoulders in a number of these games. Will we see good Bo or bad Bo today? I'm not real sure. Jimmy's correct when he says this is not a typical Auburn defense with the talent up front, but they've still got enough guys on this team overall to be very competitive. At a bit of a crossroads for Auburn at the halfway point of their season. They have winnable games against several teams in the second half of the season, but they also have games against Alabama and Texas A&M, who are both in the top 10 right now. Jimmy, it's never boring when LSU plays Auburn. The Tigers from the Plains have, in my opinion, just as many question marks as LSU does.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. And, one of the first times that this matchup with neither team is ranked in the top 25, but I don't think that's going to, keep us from having some kind of cliffhanger again, some kind of crazy type of game. I think this game is going to be very, very competitive. And talking about the Auburn team, looking in the offseason, you just don't replace those big guys up front, those special guys up front that Orgeron had that special exchange with post-game last year here in Tiger Stadium. That was pretty cool. But it was all about Bo Nix, who is big. He's got a big arm. He's athletic. He can run. He's got everything, all the physical things you want. He played in a high school system that was the same system that Malzahn was running. And so, but he didn't get any better from the Oregon game to the Minnesota Bowl game. So in the offseason, would he build? He has not. And it's funny, we say with TJ Finley, the 2-to-1 run to pass ratio where you're nurturing him along, that's what they did in game 18 for Bo Nix last week against Ole Miss. I mean, it was 2-to-1 run. And keep in mind, they had to throw it every down when they were against the clock when they finally hit Seth Williams for the touchdown. Yes, leaning on the running game, and he's a good one. And they had a long line. I've seen Joe Cribbs and James Brooks play in here. We go back a bunch of them here in Tiger Stadium with this Auburn team. But the thing is, yeah, Charlie, sometimes we spend enough time together to rub off on each other. I'm agreeing with you a lot more these days.
I know.
Seth Williams and Terrace Marshall are identical. They have the identical measurements. They're listed at 6'3", 200 pounds, and they have big, strong hands. They love to go to them in the red zone, in the end zone, because they can, the first game for Auburn, Seth Williams goes over Kelvin Joseph, the LSU transfer, and just wrestles the ball away. And they also have speed to go the distance when they shake loose. The only thing is, and look, keep in mind, Seth Williams is doing this with Bo Nix throwing to him. He is the guy. I would love to see 24 just chase it. If Seth Williams goes to the restroom, 24, go to the restroom with him. I mean, follow him everywhere around. And so, it's all about putting Bo Nix in long down and distance, which LSU did a good job of avoiding putting Finley in much more manageable third downs, and they were much better. 1 in 9 of 39, who goes to 8 for 10 last week. So this is an easy game plan. We'll see if they go extreme. 24, shadow Seth Williams, and man, crowd up in the box. We sure seen teams in the past do that against LSU when they had a very good running back and I guess not a dependable passing attack. So I don't know. All this says tons of question marks, like you said, Charlie. But is Bo Nix, who's capable of making some plays, but even in the passing game, it was a lot of sideways stuff. They're very nervous of him after his 3 interceptions led to all 3 of South Carolina's touchdowns in their 30-22 loss in South Carolina.
We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll go to Auburn, where Gordy Rush is standing by. We'll X&O with him here to open today's show. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
During times of trouble, hope keeps us calm, and courage keeps us strong. Here in Louisiana, we know this better than most. After all, we faced hardship, but hurricanes and floods never washed away what makes us strong. It's our culture, the spirit of resilience that says rise and rise up again. We'll make it through the tough times. We always do. And Blue Cross will always be here to support you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals, but many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day Skull Session. Presented by Robinson Brothers Ford Lincoln on Airline. Under the giant American flag. Now here's Charles Hanagriff. And from the LSU Sports Radio Network, Gordy Rush.
And we head on over to Auburn, Alabama. Gordy, how's the weather over there at the loveliest little village?
Chamber of Commerce Day here. Beautiful day. Nice and cool, probably similar to what you're feeling back home. Sweater weather, so it finally feels like fall football.
All right. Let's start off with the LSU defense against the Auburn offense. First thing I want to ask you is, watching Auburn film, what influences for Chad Morris for his first year as offensive coordinator do you see on this Gus Malzahn offense?
I think a little bit of their short passing game that he ran at Clemson. You know, you think back to Sammy Watkins and DeAndre Hopkins, who was more of a deep threat. But I think getting the football to playmakers in space, I think Bo White, from what I was looking at this week, is averaging 6-something per Bo White. Excuse me. Jeez. I got to get my guys ready.
Yeah.
It's early in the morning, huh? Sorry.
Bo Nix, I knew what you meant.
Bo Nix. There you. Thank you. So Bo Nix is at 6 to 7 yards per completion, a lot of high percentage stuff, and then they do a great job of getting Williams in isolation. And there are a lot of times that, like that touchdown against Ole Miss, they're just trying to get him man-to-man matchups. And so I like some of that. What hasn't worked is obviously Nix has been erratic at quarterback. So, I think you have that, and then you have a lot of the Malzahn influence, a lot of eye candy, and they're going to make you defend the field from sideline to sideline. You see the jets, and obviously Nix can run with his feet, and they found something with Tank Bigsby running. So it's a nice mix of both, I think, Malzahn and what Morris does.
one of the things you know about Gus Malzahn is when he finds a back that he likes, he will ride him. I mean, we saw Trey Mason basically drag them into the national championship game back in 2013, and he's had others. Kerryon Johnson, another workhorse back, and Bigsby, 60 carries in the last 3 games as they have ramped him up. So one of the things Jimmy was talking about in the open is can LSU kind of dose of your own medicine, Auburn, a little bit today and look to crowd the line of scrimmage?
Yeah, I think so. You know, of course, the big question mark there is that can you handle Williams and man-to-man coverage? And certainly you feel good about Stingley and perhaps Ricks that may take on that assignment. And I think that's the key for LSU is the run fits. There's no question that's what Auburn's going to do. I think they're going to go back and look at the Missouri game plan. Of course, Eli Drinkwitz coached under Gus Malzahn. They have a great relationship. And Missouri did some of the same things. I think Auburn's what Missouri did, I think Auburn's going to do. You're going to see a lot of movement, pre-snap movement. They're going to try to confuse LSU, force them change or make checks with their coverage, which affects your support people and your run fits, and try to see if LSU will make some mistakes and give up a big gap or an open hole or make a 3-foot hole, a 6-foot hole, the things that Missouri was able to do.
They won't see a better receiver than Seth Williams this year, save maybe Dante Smith when they play Alabama. Would you consider a Stingley shadow here and just let him go wherever Williams goes?
They haven't shown it. I certainly would, because I think if I'm Morris and I'm able to get the matchup that I like and I'm able to get Williams on Ricks, again, I'm going to isolate and do that. And I thought going back to the Peach Bowl years ago, when he was at Clemson, he did a great job late in that game when LSU and company were tired and cramping and all the above. He kept going to Hopkins over and over and getting the matchup that he wants. He won it then, and I would do the same here. So I'm interested to see if Bo Pelini and company will walk Stingley and let him mirror Williams.
When you see Bo Nix, there doesn't appear to be a whole lot of difference between the Bo Nix that we saw last year and the Bo Nix that we saw this year, that we're seeing this year. So I guess my question is, where's the improvement? Or are we looking at basically the same player that has played now? I think this is 17 consecutive starts for Auburn.
Yeah, I think he's the same player. He had a better offensive line, and I think that's probably the biggest storyline for me is that they lost all 5 of their starters from a year ago. Counsell, their best offensive lineman, arguably, I believe he was a transfer in. He is done for the season. He got injured last week against Ole Miss. This is a makeshift offensive line, so they've struggled a little bit with protection, and I think he's forced the issue a little bit, and so he's been a little bit erratic. He still has the same skill set. He's a dual threat quarterback, and he just has not performed well this year, and a little bit of it, he's been on the run.
We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll flip sides of the ball. We'll talk LSU's offense and TJ Finley making his second start and his first on the road. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care. It's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana's #1 hospital, Ochsner.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. ServiceMaster Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front to Back Boat Services.
I can't tell you how many people tried to discourage me when I said, I'm opening up a haunted house. If you love doing something, don't let anything or anyone stand in your way.
How he comes up with this stuff in his head and designs it is mind-boggling.
Debbie and Home Bank understand my business and understand that it's not normal. They've worked with me since the beginning to help my business grow.
Hey, football fans, T-Bob here, reminding you that Hooters is your headquarters for football. If you can't get in, they still got the Hooters girls, the TVs, the wings, the beer, everything you love about game day. But what if you're watching at your house? Maybe having some people over. You don't feel like cooking? Well, great. Hooters, they have your back. You download the Hooters app, you'll get a free app, and then you go and you pick up the food.
Eagle 98.1.
Eagle 98.1 Game Day continues, and we go back to Auburn, Alabama, and Gordy Rush will flip sides of the ball. Gordy, when you look, got a second look at TJ Finley's game last week, it's hard to find much not to like. Even the interception looked like it was more of a communication issue on the receiver than on the quarterback. So what can LSU add to their repertoire this week and keep TJ Finley comfortable?
Yeah, I don't think you add a whole lot. I mean, it's about keeping it simple on the road, and his first road stop, I think continuing to get better with what you do. I think, honestly, it'd be interesting to see if we see a little bit more of Max Johnson in this football game, and I just bring that up because I think he brings a little bit something different zone read-wise. So for me, I think what is it that Kevin Steele's going to do differently than Will Muschamp? They all come from the Saban defensive tree a little bit, and how is he going to attack it a little bit differently? And probably most importantly, how is he going to do a better job of stopping the run with a defense that is 13th in the SEC against the run in Auburn?
23% RPOs last week for LSU, but by far their highest number in the Ogeron time. So when you see TJ Finley run the RPO package, what do you expect LSU will do out of those sets today?
Well, we'll never know because we're not in those meetings, whether or not it's predetermined or he's actually reading, right? In other words, they telling him to give it, or they throwing it, or what's how that's getting executed. Again, I think it's middle of the football field because you're really good with the inside zone. You proved you could run that inside zone. You're effective. You return the same offensive line. And Charlie, I think they're going to go fast to not allow Steele to use the substitution package, to not to get too exotic with defensive looks. He's going to have to cut his call sheet down by at least half, if not more, to respond to LSU's tempo. And then get to the line of scrimmage, and my guess is down from the booth, they're telling him to give the football or run the slant based off what look that they get. So I think it's more the same. And again, Auburn has struggled to stop the run, and that's what I think LSU's got to come in here and establish first.
Am I reading too much into this? There was a play last week where Davis Price was in the game, and there was a mis-exchange, and it looked like Finley was reading there and made the decision maybe half a sec too late, and the ball got on the ground. They recovered it, but that leads me to believe that at least some of this decision-making process is in his hands.
Yeah, very well could be. I mean, and really, so mostly, especially the inside part of the game, you think back to a lot of the balls he completed, a decent amount were slants, right? And so you're just reading the inside linebacker, right? If you're reading him, and if he's coming up for a run and you pull it out and you throw the football, if he stays back, and It gives you the numbers you want up front, and you put the ball in the running back's belly. So yeah, I'm not taking away his ability to run RPOs. He did that at Ponchatoula High School. I just think based off the way that LSU is running their offense, that it looks differently than a little bit than what it did with Miles Brennan. I think they're trying to keep it as simple as possible.
Gordy, when you look at Kevin Steele's defense, I think it's pretty much a given that they don't have the personnel that they had up front a year ago. But when you look at Auburn from an overall personnel standpoint on their defense, is this typical of the talent level that we're used to seeing from Auburn everywhere else?
No, I think they're down. The problem is injuries. KJ Britt, I believe their best linebacker's done for the season. He has thumb injury. They missed two of their top three corners from a week ago. It's the combination of just like LSU, they had plenty of departures that moved on to the next level, opted out, what have you, and then you had the injuries to boot. So I think that's some of it, and that their inability, I think, at times to cover on the back end maybe has changed what he wants to do on the front. But look, mission number one in the SEC is you've got to be able to stop the run, and the stats don't lie. After 5 games, so half the season, Auburn is 13th out of 14. You don't see that, and I think that's Kevin Steele's biggest concern, and got to be objective number one against LSU today: stop LSU's running game.
We'd be remiss if we didn't at least say something about the special teams. 2 of the last 3 games came down to a special teams play being the really the deciding factor. We remember Cole Tracy's field goal, of course, but LSU found themselves down 20-0 in Tiger Stadium when DJ Shark brought a punt back for a touchdown that kind of swung the momentum in that game. Auburn's got yet another in the line of the fabulous kicking Carlsons. This year's version, Anders Carlson, has only missed 1 field goal, and LSU's been pretty good on special teams, including that kickoff return last week that has Richard Condon sleeping better at night now. So anything in special teams that stuck out to you that might be particularly noteworthy?
No. There's nothing that jumps off the table. I mean, in a game like this, and again, you talk about a team like Auburn where you're down so many people, in that your number 2s or your special team people are really your number 3s, and there may be opportunities in the kicking game for LSU, and we'll see about that. But look, even after watching Maryland, Minnesota last night, it's just a different football field. Charles, all phases are, a different football game, different season to see that track meet going up and down, and in Maryland last night. So my point is this: I think all 3 phases, obviously, they always come into play, but even more this year with all the different things that we've seen with 2020 and COVID.
Even Gordy with the odds, the highest total ever for this series in the 54 games, 64. And then of the 54 previous games, Bruce Marshall, the goal sheet, brought it to my attention one time that these 2 teams combined for at least that much. So you talk about different game. I mean, without a doubt.
Yeah. Jimmy, you and I have seen all 3 of us seen a lot of LSU Auburn games. I remember back to 1988. That was as physical a football game that I've been in, right? 7-6. And it wasn't the sexiest game, but both teams were getting after it. And to see, both defenses struggling like this, and you don't see a whole lot of licks given on film, it's a different feel of this.
And I've watched all of Auburn's games this year. In the very first drive of the game that they punted, kind of quick kicked with Bo Nix, which he will do, and he's actually real good at it also. But Kentucky went 93 yards for a touchdown. I'm like, they don't have the same guys. And then when you lose your best guy and KJ Britt, preseason first team all SEC, and maybe a second, third rounder, it's you can't afford to lose guys like that.
No, and talking, I've got a lot of friends here talking to them. Same sort of question marks here. That they've just been depleted, and then the other part is getting them to respond. And the same problems that LSU's had. Whether it's just play with passion. There's too many busts. All of the above, that's happening to Kevin Steele, and that's something we normally don't see.
Gordy, we'll talk to you in post-game. Have a good call. Safe trip travels back, and we'll talk to you in post-game.
Happy Halloween, guys. Take care.
Thanks a lot. And we'll take a break. When we come back, Shea Dixon from Go247 will get up to speed on recruiting. Big day for LSU and Alabama where Sage Ryan is concerned. We'll get Shea's thoughts on that. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge, innovating healthcare for Kelly.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as a bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana's #1 hospital, Auctioneer.
Hi, this is Chance Inman, President and Chief Operating Officer for Janney King Gulf Coast. Here are some ways to protect yourself and those around you from the coronavirus. Wash your hands often and thoroughly. Cover coughs and sneezes with your elbow. Disinfect high-touch surfaces regularly. Use non-contact methods for greeting others. And avoid touching your face. Following these steps, as well as social distancing, should help all of us stay healthy.
Janney King, the king of clean.
Service Master Elite create clean
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Recruiting with Shea Dixon of 247 Sports. Presented by GMFS Mortgage. GMFS Mortgage. Changing lives.
And we bring in Shea Dixon from Go 247. Shea, good morning.
Morning, Charlie. How are you?
Doing very good. I had some ideas about possibly changing the open from the recruiting segment to the Sage Ryan segment, but I didn't have time to, do the imaging and everything. But certainly not going to bury the lead today. Sage Ryan, the outstanding safety from Lafayette Christian, is going to make his announcement today. This has caused no small amount of angst in the recruiting community. We've seen this before, where everybody gets fixated on one guy, and his announcement just kind of sends the recruiting community into a tizzy. So, first of all, what time's he having this thing, and tell me everything you know.
Well, I think it's one of those things where it's gone back and forth the past 4 days, where went into the week and said an announcement and said, I am going to reveal my decision on Saturday at noon, and that caught LSU off guard a bit. And I think that they had thought for so long that they were the pick, and that it was almost one of those things where it would just kind of naturally happen. Everybody assumed that Sage was going to one day end up at LSU. He's got Kevin Falk as a family member on staff. He's related to Trev Falk, and you go down the line. And I think because of that, Alabama just went into overdrive, and they pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and recruited him really hard, and that led us to this week where he said, okay, I'm ready to go ahead and do things, and it's going to be Alabama. And that's where everyone sort of, jaw hits the floor. And that gave LSU about 5 days to really go into overdrive, to try to work every family angle, which I think they were probably pulling on a lot of heartstrings this week. And ultimately, they get into a spot where I think they're holding some optimism this morning that it is going to be LSU, that things work back into their corner. But we've been here before. We're on the other side of the aisle. Alabama is sitting and saying, hey, look, we entered the week for feeling good for a reason about this, and we're still going to feel that way. But look, if I'm Alabama, the end result of today is whatever. I'm not losing sleep over it. The reality is they should have never had any chance to get Sage Ryan, no chance. And the fact that they very much do have that shot, I think, said something.
It's almost like making a candidate campaign in his home state, since we're coming up on an election. I just thought I'd make that analogy. That LSU, for all of the reasons that you said, and I'll add one more, Shea, which is this is a need position for LSU, a very big need position.
Charlie, what about Trev Falk and Nick Saban didn't actually have the best of partings
No,
when they played for him?
They didn't, although, and Shea, speak to that a little bit, because Jimmy's right. When Trev left here, it wasn't the easiest thing to do. I mean, it wasn't the most pleasant thing. But Trev has since, I guess, reading his quotes and hearing from him, said, "Listen, as a man, I now understand what Nick was trying to do. I didn't get it when I was that age." So that relationship has seemed to have mended a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, people talked about that throughout the week. No way that Sage Ryan would be able to announce for Alabama and pick to play for Nick Saban after all that Trev had gone through. And I think that you're also in a situation, and I'm not privy to every single little thing that's gone on in terms of dialogue, but I was told by a handful of people that Trev was going to let Sage go through his process. As you said, that was a long time ago, right? Many moons ago, and enjoy your process. And I think that they all thought at the end of the day, it's not like he's going to play for Alabama anyways. And when that sort of became, is that going to happen? I think that this week probably brought some conversation between Trev and Sage about his college decision and how things played out ultimately and everything like that. And I think that probably plays into the pulling on the heartstrings and all of that happened this week in terms of trying to get Sage to stay put.
Shea, having watched him play, what comparisons could you make? What kind of player is he? Where does he fit? Because I have had people tell me that Sage Ryan would be playing for this LSU team this year, right now.
Yeah, I think it's oh boy. I mean, I could compare him to a handful of different defensive backs because that's how versatile he is. I think he's a day one starter for LSU at nickel. I think he is someone who can play corner, no doubt, and I'm not talking in a pinch. He can start for you there, and certainly can play safety. He's ranked as the number one safety in the country. He's just, put him in the box, put him on special teams. You can see what he's done at LCA. His versatility is just so good that, I've said it all along. I think he's the best player in the state. I do. I think that I would put him number one. I think that, to be honest, I think that Nick Saban circled him as number one. It became very clear that, why is Alabama on Sage Ryan so hard? They don't have trouble recruiting DBs, and he's a good one. I wish I had a better player comp.
That's okay. What you're describing is a unique player, which I think we're starting to get.
Honestly, he would start right now for LSU in the nickel. Which I'm not telling you. I could maybe, but I think he certainly would. So at 18 as a senior in high school. So very good player.
Would it be safe to say, and I think I know the answer to this question, that regardless of what Sage Ryan says at noon today, that his recruitment will continue very, very heatedly all the way until there is ink dry on a paper on a national letter of intent sometime in December?
For sure. And certainly if it was Bama, LSU's going to keep going. But I'm sort of buying into whatever he does today, it's done. I think this week, we treated this week right now almost like a National Signing Day. It was this whole every day, what are you hearing now? And LSU's got to pull out all the stops. And I think that whatever pitch both teams had has been out there this week. And look, after he announces today, it's only 6 weeks until the early signing period begins. So it's not a ton of time. I'm banking on wherever he picks today is where he's going to go.
But Shea, what I'm hearing from the fans, it kind of makes a lot of sense. Well, man, we just won the national championship, the best season in the history of the college football. We've got more to sell with our program, our branding is, and still Saban's going to come in here and get an LSU guy from an LSU sort of family.
You sound surprised. Yeah, I mean, look, I think Ed Orgeron and this staff has done an amazing job. I mean, 3 years to build what you've done, but let's call a spade a spade. He's the best. He's been the best in the business for a long time. And look in the pandemic. I mean, look in this offseason. No spring ball. None of this. You get everything seems to be going wrong for everybody. Bama's 4-0. Bama's just moving right along. So does every team have some deficiencies here and there? Sure. But, I mean, we've witnessed it. And we got to witness it here for a bit, that he's one of the greatest coaches to ever do it. And he doesn't miss many things to where he's going to be excellent at recruiting. And I'll tell you this is my opinion. When LSU went 15-0 and beat Alabama and said everything that they said after the game, and he sat back and had to just take it on the chin, he circled it. I firmly believe it. He said, okay, recruiting, top 3 players in the state of Louisiana circled. Right now, top 15 players in the state of Louisiana, every one of them is committed except the top 3. And Brian Thomas, Sage Ryan, and Mason Smith. And all 3 of them are looking at Bama, and I think that, Nick said, we're going into overdrive. Oh, you're going to kick our blank in recruiting? Okay, we'll come down there, and we'll try to fight each other out. We'll come down to your place and do it. And I think that they came back with some vengeance, and, hey, look, it's on O and his staff to say, that fence is up, not going to work, and we'll see how it goes.
We've seen some really heated recruiting battles between these schools before, but I think that this is kind of the perfect storm, and it's why it's creating so much angst this week. This is just not a guy that LSU loses. If I made it this way, Shea, if Sean Alexander, who played about the same time as Kevin Falk, were on staff at Alabama, and his nephew or cousin or whatever was a 5-star out of Birmingham, Alabama gets that guy. I mean, they just do. 101 times out of 100. And that's why, and if, imagine even further that it was at a very bad need position for them. They get that guy. And that's why I think this is creating so much angst this week.
Oh, 1,000%. I haven't seen an LSU fan base. This is probably one of the biggest freak out moments I've seen involving recruiting in 10, 15 years. And they may well get him right now, but this is for middle of October over on a DB. This is 5 for 5 levels of freak out of, if we can't get an in-state DB like this after winning a natty and all this, then it's all over. We're never going to be good again. And oh boy, that's what I love about recruiting, huh?
Shea, as always, we appreciate it. Go 247, complete post-game coverage following LSU and Auburn. Thanks a lot, my friend.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't hold my feet to the fire here and make me tell you which team for sure I thought was going to.
Oh, I forgot. I knew you were going to hedge on me anyway. So.
Oh, yeah.
Leave a little something for the VIP board.
That's right. All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks a lot, Shea. Jimmy, this reminds me a little bit of the situation when they were recruiting Jamar Chase. And Chase was committed to Florida, and LSU had Mickey Joseph. And Mickey Joseph he's still a wide receivers coach, but he was a Catholic League guy. The Joseph name down in New Orleans, as well as anybody, carries a lot of weight. That family has been, in the middle of New Orleans football circles for.
So you saying Kevin Falk is like the Mickey Joseph of this situation?
Of Lafayette, Falk and Lafayette versus Joseph in New Orleans?
Only one difference. Lafayette's been much more LSU friendly historically recruiting than New Orleans.
But when they brought Joseph in, they were like, listen, you have a specialty down in the Catholic League, down in those areas.
We had Jay Roth on the show.
That's right.
I know who Mickey has known forever.
You can walk into any school in the Catholic League. They all know who you are. You've got built-in relationships for a long time. This is a position of need for us, and this is somebody we play against every year. Jamar Chase simply cannot go to Florida. And give Mickey credit. He turned him around, and I didn't think he was going to be able to turn him around, and they got Chase here. And imagine LSU playing Florida last year, and Chase would have been on the other sideline. I mean, it would have been a pretty big deal, right? And so this has got some similarities to it. It's This is a Falk out of Lafayette. You got a Falk on staff. Your Falk is a legacy. This is a need position. It's an hour from your campus. You play Alabama every year. You simply have to go get this guy.
I think even more so, Charlie, because I don't think Chase has any LSU in his blood, in his family tree.
He doesn't,
you know,
to my knowledge.
And the New Orleans kids, because it's easy for recruiters to get in and out flying into New Orleans, that you just have a lot more competition in that metropolitan area than you do in Lafayette. So this is, I don't know what to compare it to. I mean, maybe a Hilliard. Is this Ike Hilliard? That was a different time. You didn't have nearly as much to sell.
Yeah, LSU
but he was part, but he was family.
Yeah, he was out of Patterson, sure.
Sure. But Florida was clearly so much better than LSU at that point.
At that point, he would have been a Hallman recruit because he was a junior on that '96 team, I believe. So it would have been a Hallman year. So Spurrier versus Hallman. Yeah, I understand why LSU lost that battle. We'll take a break. We'll come back and we'll look. We're about 45 minutes from kickoff of the opening games. We'll do Otter Locks next with some movement on the LSU Auburn line that we'll tell you about next. Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
During times of trouble, hope keeps us calm, and courage keeps us strong. Here in Louisiana, we know this better than most. After all, we faced hardship, but hurricanes and floods never washed away what makes us strong. It's our culture, the spirit of resilience that says rise and rise up again. We'll make it through the tough times, we always do. And Blue Cross will always be here to support you.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front to Back Boat Services.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge, innovating healthcare for Kelly.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals, but many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information.
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Otter Locks. Presented by Edward Jones. Edward Jones, making sense of investments. Now, here's Jimmy Ott.
All right, in person.
Give me a call, Charlie.
Subbing
for J-Man today, who's doing the right thing, watching his son play ball this morning. And he'll be subbing for me on a couple of JV games. So
that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. We got a lot of participation among staff kids playing. You, Jordy, Gordy. We got Hester.
I love Lil G's career day setup.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had the headset, the press pass.
Nice.
Yes, yeah, the visor. Attention to detail.
Okay.
Yes.
Just like Dad.
Yes.
Just like Dad. So let's start off with that story about the LSU Auburn line and where, first of all, this thing moved quite a bit from its open in the first 24 hours last weekend. So let's start there and tell us where it is now.
Well, Auburn opened up a 2.5-point favorite, and it was bet all the way, the highest point toward LSU, swung past pick all the way to LSU -3. And then yesterday, when we were doing Lock of the Week Friday, it was 2.5. And so then I saw little twos trickle in. Then I looked this morning, and we're seeing a pick, and we're seeing even some places Auburn -1. So this thing is gone. Just back and forth. Now, when you go from 2.5 to 2.5 back and forth, it's not the biggest moves because it's much bigger when it got to that 3. And the one time it got to that 3, it got bet right back. But hey, it's that's still a considerable line movement, on the morning of the game.
All right, let's get into some of the 11 o'clock games. We're about 40 minutes away. Let's start with Michigan and Michigan State. Michigan had a big win against Minnesota to open the season last week, and Michigan State lost to Rutgers. Do you feel differently about Michigan's performance after watching Maryland go up and down on Minnesota last night?
Absolutely. I thought that Minnesota is a team that had a lot coming back on offense, but they lost a lot on defense, including Antoine Winfield Jr. is having a really nice year for the Buccaneers and helping shore up the before the season, the weak unit of that defense. But it was Michigan. I mean, they 55 plays. They had 483 yards and 49 points. I mean, it was big chunks. But here is Maryland team scored 3 in the first week, and I know you get better from week 1 to week 2, but they went up and down the field, almost 700 yards against Minnesota. So absolutely, it calms it down. The first 2 Mountain West games we hit because we went. We were saying overreaction to the first week. And we look back in the SEC, the ACC, the Big 12, whatever was extreme in that first, like Mississippi State against LSU. Well, how have they been since? They were a good go-against team after looking so good in week 1. Wyoming had 4 turnovers in week 1. They come back as a dog, went off as a dog, and beat Hawaii by 4 touchdowns last night. Same thing on the Mountain West game on Thursday night. I think a little bit of this line was like 18 before the season started. It went to 24.5. After last night, it's been bet down to 21.5. But I still like Michigan State. Well, overreaction by this line adjustment.
Another 11 o'clock game, Wake Forest and Syracuse. Syracuse surprised some people by hanging around for 2.5 quarters with Clemson last week before the Tigers pulled away. Wake about a 2-touchdown favorite here?
Yeah, it's going from 11 to 14. So right now it is 14. And Wake Forest, give them credit. They won against Virginia Tech. We had that pick last week. But the thing is, Virginia Tech killed themselves. They had 3 turnovers. Wake had none. They also had 2 missed field goals. Wake Forest makes both of their field goals. So that's a 5-0 turnover battle right there. They had 10 more first downs than Wake Forest and 90 more yards. They just beat themselves, and Wake Forest played mistake-free. So a little bit of misleading score last week, and this line is way too high. I'm going with Syracuse, a lot of value, plus 14 at home.
Also at 11 o'clock, West Virginia and Kansas State. Kansas State going to be without their quarterback today. West Virginia, the unranked team, a favorite over the ranked team.
You fill in the blank, Charlie. Who we got, baby? Come on now. I mean, you picked up something.
The unranked team against the ranked team. When they are the favorite, they have won all but I think 2 games in the last 20.
It was like 4-2 last year, but I think it's 23-4 now. Yeah. I mean, it's a 23-5. It's really, really way up there. It's close to 85-90% over the last 10-15 years. So no, this is the only time I'll look at the rankings is for this spot, because I mean, now more than ever, I mean, when like North Carolina was number 5 and stuff like that, to give me a break. But no, I'm going to take it. Kansas State also 4-0 in the Big 12 after losing the first game to Arkansas State. They won 4 in a row and also against that Kansas last week, and we had Kansas State minus against Kansas last week, but They had 3 return touchdowns, 2 punt returns, including the last play of the first half, another pick six, and those stats were a lot closer than that final score indicated. So, yes, the unranked team, favored over the ranked team, we're taking it blind. We're taking it here with West Virginia.
I'm glad you put Clemson and BC on this card. You know why? Because it gives me a chance to say DJ Uiagalelei. I've been practicing.
It's easier than T-Law?
Uiagalelei. We'll have announcers and fans struggling with that all day. But Clemson is without Trevor Lawrence, and they still remain a big favorite over Boston College today.
I like Boston College. We had them last week, and they rolled. And liked them when Trevor Lawrence was still in the lineup. The Notre Dame transfer has done really well, and he's got 3 receivers that they move the ball up and down the field the last few weeks. And so I think they can move the ball a little bit against Clemson. I actually like it less with Trevor Lawrence out because I think you're going to have an inspired effort, okay? I mean, who gets all the credit when they talk about Clemson? They got players all over. So I think you might see a little extra juice for this one. I still like it, but not quite as much, as crazy as that seems, without Trevor Lawrence.
We found out exactly what his point spread value was. This thing opened at 31 and is all the way down to 25. All right, lots of games at 11 o'clock that you wanted to talk about. So let's another 11 o'clock game is Cincinnati and Memphis.
Cincinnati and Memphis. Cincinnati held that really good SMU offense to just 290 yards and not a whole lot of points. They're the one team in the American that can really defend, and they're coming back home. Memphis they went toe-to-toe with Temple last week. They managed to win. They also beat Central Florida on a fluke when Central Florida fumbled at the 1-yard line and turned it over on downs at the 1-yard line and then missed a short field goal to end the game. Memphis, by the way, snuck that game past Central Florida, kind of under the radar. Early 2-point conversions got them that 1-point edge later in the game. But Cincinnati, double revenge, too. Lost to Memphis during the regular season last year when LSU was beating Georgia in the SEC championship game. The same time, they were beaten in Cincinnati again for the American Conference Championship. A little double revenge, Cincinnati. And I didn't think too much about it at first, about the group of 5. This might be their chance this year to get in. Cincinnati's got a chance. Luke Fickell's got a good club. I'm like Cincinnati minus the 6.5 or 7.
Tulane and Temple down at Yeoman Stadium. This is another 11 o'clock kickoff.
Trying to get an update. This is one of my favorite plays with Temple. I think they're a better team, but Anthony Russo, who's a 3-year starter, the game time decision. And what exactly are they kicking off?
11 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, we're 30 minutes away. But, I mean, I'm still looking. I'm looking at the Philadelphia Inquirer, NOLA.com. I can't see. 3-year starter. And, Charlie, it's his throwing shoulder. He threw the ball 62 times, kind of kept the injury from his coach. But then I love Temple in this spot. I like him less. I think this line moving up to 6.5 is kind of telling you he's probably out. So it's one that I love. But if he's gone, and we'll try and let you know before they start if we can get that. But again, we're monitoring right now. But again, that's the big one. Anthony Russo, 3-year starter, is a game time decision.
One more at 11 o'clock before we move to the later games, and this is Iowa State against Kansas. Iowa State, a backdoor cover last week against Oklahoma State with a late touchdown in a game that they lost by 3, and Kansas is just awful. It's just awful.
Had Iowa State last week plus 3.5, and we backdoored it. But sometimes you got to admit that you got lucky instead of, you were good.
Felt like it was on the wrong side, but it won anyway.
It was the wrong side, but they still got the money. And so this is bringing this line up. I talked about how that box score was a little the final score was a little misleading. The Kansas State. My buddy Matt Humans from Vegas Sports and Information Network, when I sent him this pick, he says, you have the guts of a burglar to put KU on this text. Yes.
You're taking Kansas,
and you know my opinion less. But this is a dumpster truck of full of points against a team that's not going to be real interested and just kind of I don't know. They lack the explosion. They got the good back, but yes, Kansas plus 4 touchdowns.
Okay, so misleading points last week with Kansas State. You're right. 2 punt returns for touchdowns, including one on the final play of the third. First half.
He had to score.
He had to score. It was 4 seconds ago when they punted. And another punt return that set him up at point-blank range and the pick six. So you're right. There were a lot of...
It's like 28 points. And look, I had Kansas State last week, but I'm just saying it was much easier than it should have been. So, and the freshman quarterback for Kansas moved the ball a little bit in the second half.
I know. I agree with your friend from Vegas, man. I can't go there.
No, I didn't have,
Northwestern and Iowa. This is a 2:30 kick.
Northwestern's the most experienced team in the Big Ten. And I was wrong on Hunter Johnson, the Clemson transfer. When he went to Northwestern, he was not good last year, and they were really, really bad. They got the kid from Indiana, and they beat that same team who was in a shootout with Minnesota last night, 43-3, and they walloped them. They outgained them by 330 yards. I mean, Pat Fitzgerald, after a rough year last year, has got a very good team. This line's going down to 1.5, but I think Northwestern, if they get this one, they don't play as much in the East. They got a shot. They're this year's Minnesota in the West, and this was a big one today against another team from the West, and I like Northwestern. Had them last week, and I'll really like them again today.
3 o'clock kickoff from Boone Pickens Stadium in Stillwater. Oklahoma State remains undefeated with that win against Iowa State last week. They are a little bit better than a field goal, 3.5-point favorite against Texas.
So usually when you have the right side, you kind of chase them. Charlie, it's like we just hit the 6 and the 10 on the points, but we're still going to the don'ts right now. I mean, because this line I thought this line was going to be 8.5 or 9. Texas, even in their struggle, they're not close to. I thought they were going to be a top 10 team this year. They're not. Okay, and Ellinger's not even throwing the ball that good.
They're putting so much on him, man. He's not getting a lot of help.
But you thought I thought Herman would have it going a little bit more than what it is. And to have a 4-year starter back at quarterback is a luxury that's not common in college football. But Oklahoma State, and they're doing it so differently. Everybody's going Gundy in 2020, and Gundy's going back. They run the ball. They're really good on defense, and they pick in their spots with a quarterback who did get hurt in a Tulsa opener, and he's back, but they're not leaning on him. It's not this finesse up and down team. This is ball control. This is field position football, and they were much better than Iowa State last week. Got lucky with the back door in Iowa State. This is a really short line. One of my favorite picks is the Pokes in Stillwater today.
Duke and Charlotte is a 6 o'clock kick from Durham. 10-point favorite, Duke.
All right, scheduling. We talk about it. You love it. We love to look at it. We're sandwich spots and things like this. But one of this was supposed to be pre-conference, early season, run and win, so to speak. Okay, group of Power 5 Duke against Group of 5 Charlotte. In state, by the way. I think Jacob Hester said this week, who talked the most trash? Ask Hanny. At the in-state schools.
Yeah.
Okay, why? They got the chip on their shoulder because, okay, man, I played against you. You're not that much better than me, the whole thing. Now it's in the middle of the conference schedule, and who do you think's kind of, he's breaking into a conference schedule to play Charlotte. They've been playing ball for how long? Charlotte's not that, they're not bad, and Duke is not real good. I think it's going to be a real inspired effort by Charlotte and going to be a dogfight. May even be worth a money line look, which is a really nice price coming back.
And the final game that you like, Missouri and Florida. We were in lockstep on this one. This was my favorite play on our pick six yesterday. Missouri catching nearly 2 touchdowns, 13.5 at Florida.
Oh man, I go through all the box scores, and we throw away the box scores and the routes, right? This game was a 1-possession game till the last 2 minutes of the game, so all of these statistics apply. Total yards, 421 to 145. 421 to 145. First downs, 26-8. 0 turnover. Possession, 43-15 to 16-45. 20-10 doesn't even come close to telling you how bad Missouri crushed a solid, well-coached team. And Stoops, who they didn't turn the ball over. They make other teams beat them. That's why they've been able to win as many games with inferior resources and talent. Missouri might be having something. Maybe that LSU loss might not be as bad. But still, Missouri and the quarterback is getting better. Look, Florida, I don't know. We can't quantify how that disruption with closing down their facility. But I know one thing. Dan Mullen didn't want it. So, I think Missouri's got a great shot to win the game, and they're catching 14 points. You like them too, huh?
I do, very much
Run.
so. 21 days since the Florida Gators have played football, and that facility was closed for almost a week. Auto locks, give them to you every week on the pregame.
Magnolia Bluffs Casino and Hotel. And don't forget, Magnolia Bluffs Football Sunday, every Sunday, 10 a.m. to noon, live from the Sportsbook in Natchez, Mississippi. Myself, Rohan David, we got picks. Myself, Mincy Man, we even from New York. We've got Andy Isco from Gaming Today in Las Vegas, Bruce Marshall from Gold Sheet in Las Vegas, and Paul Nolan from freewinners.net in New Jersey. That's every Sunday morning, live from the Sportsbook in Natchez, Magnolia Bluffs Football Sunday.
Mike Detillier is next with a scouting report, Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana's #1 hospital, Auctioner.
Do you know someone who sets a good example for all of us to follow? Someone who, without being asked, shows leadership, selflessness, and service to their community? We believe that's the definition of a good citizen, and so does Citizens Bank and Trust.
So, if you know someone that sounds like what Jordy was just describing, nominate them to be your good citizen, and they'll have a chance to win $500 from Citizens Bank and Trust. Plus, we'll mention him right here on the show. So go to citizensbankandtrust.com for more details and nominate your good citizen.
Service Mastery Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact Service Mastery Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. Service Mastery Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day Scouting Report. Presented by Demco. Demco. Powering lives, brightening the future. Now breaking down the Tiger bait. Here's NFL analyst Mike Detillier.
And we bring in Mike D. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, Charlie.
You know, all the times that we've done this for the Auburn Tigers, it seems like it usually takes a good little while because they got more than their fair share of NFL talent. But this year, I'm kind of curious as to what your list looks like, because on the field, it seems like they maybe just don't have quite the uppercut of talent that they usually do.
Charlie, you're absolutely right. And I think the big difference is in years past, and we've done this, and I've always told you this is going to be a long segment, but it was on defense. This year, that's not the case. And so you can see where both teams struggling on the defensive side of the football, but normally, man, I remember last year in doing this, it took forever. But you talked about they had 2 first-round picks, a defensive lineman, cornerback. Marlon Davidson was an early second-round pick, so you understood. And this was the one team. Kevin Steele's scheme gave Joe Burrow more problems than any other all season long. You know, when you think about, every week it was, wait till they play Georgia. Oh, wait till they play Alabama. Oh, wait till they play Clemson. No, it was Auburn's defense, but most of that talent now, they playing in the big leagues. So we won't have a long time to spend on the defensive side of the football. On offense, Charlie, it's really, to me, revolves around Bo Nix, their sophomore quarterback. He's an erratic passer right off the bat, and you can see it. He's hot and cold. He's a bit of a bolter, and what I mean by that is a lot of times his first read's not there. He's taking off. He's running with it, and that's unlike what he was doing a year ago, where he was a little bit more patient in the pocket. This year, man, he is real jittery back there, and he'll just take off with it and run with it. But he's got some guys he can throw it to. One of the guys that I would just bang away is the freshman in Tank Bigsby. Running back, a freshman, 6 foot, 210. Man, he's got excellent size, great speed to turn the corner. LSU has had some difficulties in sort of shoring up that when somebody makes the turn there. And so the running game today is going to be key for Auburn, because I think that was a big criticism of, I think, early on with Gus this year. Come on, you gotta support the running game. Last week they ran the football over 40 times. So you can see these good Auburn teams that they had, and I don't consider this one good. I think this is middle of the road at best. They always had a really strong running game. And, man, Bigsby gives them that opportunity because, man, he is a load of a player, just a true freshman. Their best senior, or I might say senior eligible or junior eligible player, no doubt about it, is number 18, Seth Williams. 6 foot, 2.5, 215 pound wide receiver, great size. He's a mismatch for most corners. So I suspect that Stingley will be on him most of the time. Again, with his size and his speed, he's a load, but it's his run after catch ability. He is a big man receiver, and he walks his way out of would-be tackles. And so that's something today. When you're trying to guard him, you're going to not match up size-wise because he's really a big-time receiver from a size standpoint and length. But also it's his ability to make something happen after he catches the ball. So you got to tackle him. Man, you just cannot let him roll into the open field because he is quite the performer in that way. And I think he's a first-round pick talent. He would be 23. He's kind of tied, 23, 24, 25 for me on my board, but he's right there and a guy that I think is just going to light it up also in the offseason.
Mike, where do you have him compared to Terrace Marshall, draft-wise?
Well, here's my board. Jamar is 1. Jalen Waddle is 2. But, there's a little star next to that. And he's got enough time to come back from the ankle injury. And Terrace is 3. And so Seth would be in that bunch in 4, 5, 6.
Ahead of Devontae Smith.
He would be in the talk with Devontae Smith. He would be because they all three have the same rating.
Mm-hmm.
Bateman from Minnesota, Devontae, and also you're looking at Seth. Now they're all three different type players, so it depends on what you want in a wide receiver. I will say this, Seth will outrun all three of them. I mean, the two others. He'll be the fastest of the three. Man, just watching him run, man, he's got some ability out on a track, and he's got some track experience, which is really going to be helpful with him. The other guy to watch certainly is number 1, Anthony Schwartz, who's 5'11", 170 pounds. He's not a big receiver, but he also, man, he can put his foot in the turf and he can take off. And he has been the guy in certainly down and distant situations Bo Nix has looked toward first to try to get him the football. He's been the guy that sort of moved the chains for them. Doesn't have a huge average per catch, but he's a guy, 3rd and short, that I think Bo feels he's going to get open, and I have a trust with him. He's going to move the chains for me. he's also a guy that I think from a standpoint of being able to get up the field, he's quite interesting. This offense doesn't quite fit what these two receivers bring in. They try to make it work. But the way LSU has played coverage-wise, that sort of makes you sweat a little bit because these guys haven't been a little open. They've been a lot open. So, again, this is an offense-oriented team that has been beneficiary of a couple of unbelievable breaks from officials to get 2 W's out on the board. But the only guy defensively that I see that's going to get picked is number 1, and that's Big Cat Bryant, defensive end. And he's been on the all-potential team, which means he ain't done squat. I mean, occasionally you'll see him make a big play, but Charlie, he's so inconsistent. And I remember Coach O telling me, man, Mike, that guy, he's got the potential to be a first-round pick type talent. Coach O tried to recruit him. He goes to Auburn instead. A lot of reports from Auburn that he sort of will play when he wants to play for a big man. But athletically, he's got everything that you're looking for in a defensive lineman. He just doesn't make any plays, Charlie. I mean, again, you can have all that talent, but if you don't make any plays, it don't do anything for you. Really, their best defensive player is Zacoby McClain, undersized linebacker. And you and I have talked about this a lot for Auburn. They seem to go for that type of linebacker, that 5'10", 5'11", 6-foot guy, and he's instinctive. He's difficult for you to block because you can't get under his pads, and all of a sudden he shoots up the gap with those big defensive linemen in front of him, and he makes a play. He's a sophomore, but he's their most productive defensive player, a very young secondary, a very young linebacking core, and just remember, you had a first-round pick in Derek Brown, second-round pick in Marlon Davidson. Got a lot of inexperience up front. Charlie, you and I have talked about this many times. This game comes down to the bitter end. It comes down to who has the ball last, and normally it's been defensive-oriented. I don't believe that this year. It's gonna be a high 20s, 30s game this year between these two football teams, and it comes down to what it has come down to many times. Special teams. Who's going to make the big play? Who's going to make the big faux pas there? But the big difference between what we've talked about in the past and today has been the lack of big-time talent on the defensive side of football for Auburn, that was a norm for them. And today, you might have one guy picked on defense come April.
Mike, as always, we appreciate it. Enjoy the game. Take next week off, and we'll be back. I suspect we'll spend a little bit more time talking about prospects when we get to Alabama.
We might have to do 2 segments on that, Alabama.
I'll carve some time out. Mike, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Charlie.
We'll take a break, and we'll take a closer look at Auburn when we return. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front-to-Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not 1 but 2 NMEA-certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front-to-Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front-to-Back Boat Services.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge. Innovating healthcare for Kelly.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals. But many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
When morning came to Louisiana, we were hopeful, not hibernating. We were mending fences, feeding neighbors, and holding our kids. When morning came to Louisiana, we were wide awake, planting seeds for next year's crops. We were stronger, ready for what's next. And together, as we build anew, Blue Cross stands ready to support you.
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Opposing Media. Presented by Louisiana Land Bank. They're the experts in rural land and equipment lending.
And we're joined now by Zach Blackerby, who is the program director of the Auburn Network, host of Locked On Auburn. Zach, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, good morning. Happy Halloween, guys.
Isn't it appropriate that this series that we've had all of these memorable games over the years is being played on a Halloween, full moon, just aren't we going to see something unusual today? Don't we expect the unexpected?
Yeah, I mean, with it being 2020 as well, you got to feel like something weird's going to happen, right?
Sure.
I don't know what it's going to be, and it may be some weird trick plays or, something exciting like that. I don't know. I know in the past when LSU's come to Auburn, it's been, gymnasiums catching on fire or, the Tumors Oaks catching on fire. I mean, who knows? Hopefully if something does catch on fire, everyone is safe. But, yeah, it's definitely it's got the chance to be something weird to happen today.
Yeah, Jimmy and I were in the press box sitting next to each other. We see the smoke come over the grandstand.
I knew my exit plan.
Right,
I had it ready.
It was not a good night. All right, Zach, let's talk about the Auburn offense first. What would you say has been the biggest influence of Chad Morris on this offense?
The biggest influence for Chad Morris, I guess, Seth Williams, as far as passing the football. Auburn fans were so excited when Gus decided to say, okay, one, not only hire Chad Morris, but two, give him control of the offense, let him call the plays. And Auburn fans have been begging for more passing plays, ever since Gus got here in 2013. But then a few weeks into it, Auburn fans are like, why aren't we running the ball more? So I guess the guy who's been most successful with that passing attack has been Seth Williams. There's a lot of talk about, influencing, having some kind of impact with the tight ends in the passing game. That hadn't really happened. We've seen kind of spurts of Anthony Schwartz, kind of the number 2 receiver in this Auburn offense, the fastest player in college football. He's looked good at times, not very consistent. And then Eli Stove has come back a few weeks ago. He's kind of the number 3 guy, the senior of this group. So, everybody's got that guy that's been on this team for forever, at least it feels like it. That's Eli Stove for Auburn. So kind of the number 3 receiver in this offense. I think those 3 guys have probably benefited the most from that Chad Morris influence.
So you think that because as of late, and I think this was a result because they were a little gun shy when all 3 of South Carolina's touchdowns resulted after Bo Nix interceptions, that 30-22 loss at Columbia, because last week they were way more run heavy, and even when they threw it, there were a lot of safe stuff sideways. Look, Nix is looking to run a little bit more as well. Looks like they kind of dialed it back a little bit as far as the approach to passing the football.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with personnel. I mean, the guy that's moving the football better than anyone for this Auburn team is freshman Tank Bigsby. You don't want to come out of the gates giving a freshman, the rock, 10, 20 times a game, but you look at this guy and it's like he probably could have handled it. So got 24 touches last week against Ole Miss. He kind of got, I think he's going to get around 20 a game moving forward, assuming he's able to handle it physically. Then Bo Nix had 10 carries. John Shivers, the running back who actually started the game, had 8. And I think that's going to kind of be the balance you're probably going to see today. I think Auburn's going to try to attack LSU's front 7 by running the football today. You mentioned what they did last week. I think they kind of realized, you look at the stats and it's like, okay, well, every time you run the ball, you get 6 yards. Every time you pass the ball, you either turn it over or get less than that. So I think over the course of the season, as you get more and more data and learn more and more about this team, Gus Malzahn wants to run the football, and Chad Morris wants to pass the football, but one's the head coach. And so I think you're going to see him run the football a lot more today.
Zach, what might we see out of a Kevin Steele defense with a freshman quarterback on the other side making his first road start?
Yeah. So I think you're just going to see him play at home a lot. I mean, Kevin Steele doesn't really change what he does a ton. I mean, you saw it against, you see it against these pass-heavy teams like LSU last year, Ole Miss even last week, with kind of put more DBs on the field. But I think you're just going to see a lot of nickel, a lot of 2 linebacker sets, and I think you're going to I hope you see him blitz more, but we haven't really seen that yet. Auburn's defensive front has not been able to influence opposing quarterbacks this year. And usually when you do that, you see more teams blitz. Steele hasn't done that. You could say that's good or bad, but he's kind of stayed at home. So I think you're going to see the corners on the outside man up, and I think you're going to see pretty much Auburn rushing 4 on the majority of the plays. So I don't think you're going to see anything too special. Hey, this coaching staff has talked very highly about JT Finley, and I think the way he performs on the road is going to be a big factor, a huge factor in this game. So we'll see. But typically, Kevin Steele doesn't really change a whole lot of what he does. He just kind of lines up and beats you. So we'll see what that looks like today.
Seems like we have to ask this question every week for every team. What are Auburn's numbers like? Key personnel that they might be without today?
Key personnel they may be without today. So we heard DJ Williams is one of Auburn's running backs. He was kind of Auburn's starter at times last year. I think he's been out, but outside of that, I mean, we've seen guys on the offensive line kind of shift in and out. The biggest injury of the year came at the end of the Ole Miss game. Auburn's right guard, Brandon Council, he was a grad transfer from Akron, kind of wanted to get into the SEC to kind of catch some eyes of NFL scouts, and he was doing that. He looked really, really good. They moved him around at right tackle as well. They put him at practice at center just to kind of see, okay, this guy can do everything. Let's see how guys look around him. He went down. He's out for the year. Really solid dude, was a really awesome addition to that offensive line. So Brandon Council being out's a big deal. They brought in a guy to replace him and keeping Broderius Ham at right tackle. We may see Broderius Ham move inside, and then Austin Trox will go to right tackle. But Council going down last week was a really, really big deal for this Tigers team, especially when you look at this offensive line. I mean, if you saw Auburn play Georgia, I mean, that was an embarrassment. But ever since then, they've gotten a lot better. And so we'll see if they can keep that positive momentum going forward despite losing their best guy up front. So we'll see. Keandre Jones is going to play right guard, I'm assuming. We'll see if he can do what Council did. It's going to be tough. Big shoes to fill. So, yeah, that's probably the biggest one for these Tigers. And then another guy to watch, Christian Tutt, Auburn starting nickel. He got dinged up a little bit against Ole Miss last week. He kind of was going in and out. So we'll see how healthy he looks today.
Zach, do the Auburn team, the Auburn fan base, they think they've a little lucky this year maybe with the Kentucky apparent touchdown before half? Didn't call it. The backward spike, the tipped kickoff return. Is it kind of going their way a little bit?
You know, it's so funny. It depends on which Auburn fan you ask. Some people will say lucky. some people will say cursed because they want the Malzahn era to end. So I think it just kind of depends. I think it kind of depends. Depends on who you ask, man.
Oh, man. This guy, it's amazing he's lasted this long, huh? I mean,
I think he's a good coach. Maybe I'm in the minority. I think he's a good coach.
he's doing the impossible. He's coaching at Auburn when Saban is at Alabama.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a tough gig. We're in Baton Rouge. It's tough. What do you think it is in Auburn, Alabama? And so we're talking about they publicized some cuts at the LSU athletic department yesterday, okay? Everybody is making less money. Can they even entertain getting a buyout, this type of buyout from Malzahn in these economic conditions?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question that Auburn fans are asking. And a lot of people, there's been a lot of rumors and boosters that have come out and said, like, okay, the money's there, but I just don't think you can do that. And, I mean, you look at Alan Green, Auburn's new athletic director, he hasn't really had to make a big decision yet. I mean, he's hired, golf coaches and tennis coaches, but as far as, the big three sports, he hasn't really had to do anything there yet. So I don't know if there's anything to really base that on. I think the money's going to be there from big-time donors, but how do you turn and look at other departments and other jobs and say, well, we cut cut a lot of your funding and yada, 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 like you just said. So I don't know. I don't see it happening. I also think Auburn's going to do enough to not warrant him getting fired this year. I think he's a good coach. I think this has been, the last 8 years have been 8 really good years of Auburn football, especially when you talk about what's going on in Tuscaloosa with what Ed Orgeron's doing in LSU, Kirby Smart in Athens. I mean, it's a tough time to be a coach anywhere in the SEC. I mean, it's just getting better and better and better. So I agree with you. I think he's done a fine job. My biggest question is, okay, if you cut him loose, who do you go get? And there's not anybody that you look at and say, like, oh, my gosh, this guy's so much better than Gus Malzahn. So I don't know. I think he's coaching it for Auburn in 2021, but he's got to win a few more. He's got to win a few more. And a big storyline from Auburn's perspective going into today has been Malzahn's record against Georgia, LSU, and Alabama. It's not good. It's not good at all. And, you get blown out by Georgia. I don't think they have a very good chance to win in Tuscaloosa later this year. So you look at today's matchup, and I think this is the most likely one that you got a chance to do because you're at home. And if they lose today, it's going to be a big, big deal among Auburn circles to see what happens.
Check Yellowwood sales. See how they're
doing. What's the stronger primary color? Green? The AD? Or yellow?
Yellow, yeah. Well, Zach, we appreciate your time. Enjoy the game. We'll talk to you soon.
Hey, thanks, guys.
All right.
It's interesting what he says, too, that LSU is kind of included in that group. You play them every year, but we know what the Bama game means. We know what the Georgia game means to those folks. So third, close behind. And that's the one thing, and I think you and Jacob were documenting that this week. LSU has taken over this series.
Very much so. Auburn hasn't won here since '99, and LSU's been able to steal a few over at Jordan-Hare, including the last time that they were there on the Cole Tracy field goal. So, yes, they have sort of taken control in this series. We'll take a break as the 11 o'clock kickoff's going right now. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
Do you know the proper way to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in your office? We do. We're Jani-King, a leader in the cleaning industry for over 30 years, and we've developed comprehensive programs to address proper cleaning and disinfection. We have experience in applying disinfecting programs in hospitals, office buildings, schools, and other venues. Now we're ready to help and able to assist customers that need disinfecting services.
Jani-King, the king of clean.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana's #1 hospital, Auctioner.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. ServiceMaster Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front to Back Boat Services.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge, innovating health.
Eagle 98.1.
Brandon Holly here. Siding, windows, even doors. ReliefWindows.com.
Eagle 98.1. WDGL and HC1 Baton Rouge.
Eagle 98.1 Game Day continues as we get you ready for LSU and Auburn. Watching the 11 o'clock game start. You know, this is a day where we're going to see some quarterbacks. We're seeing a new starting quarterback for Kentucky and Joey Gatewood against Georgia. You know, they only completed 4 passes last week in the game against Missouri. Now, they barely had the ball. I'll grant you that. But Gatewood was a very highly recruited guy at Auburn before he transferred over. In fact, this was a big story leading into the season about whether he was going to be eligible and when he was going to be eligible. Got eligible, I think, the Thursday before the opener. So they're turning to him to try to kickstart this offense. Tough way to get going against Georgia, maybe the best defense in the league.
I think it's the best defense in the country. I mean,
I won't argue much.
No, they're really, really good. Even in the Alabama game when they gave up 41 points, Charlie, they were driving them back on some plays, man. I mean, they're physical, they're quick, and we know they were very good last year defensively, and they're very good again. It's Stoops' approach. I mean, Charlie, I think that was the most dominated game in all of college football last week, Missouri and Kentucky. It was just a misleading score at 20-10. Very unlike Kentucky because they're so sound, they don't beat themselves, and they kind of grind out wins. But I think that's the approach what Stoops has here is almost like what he had with his wide receiver playing quarterback last year, Lynn Bowden, because he's not going to ask Gatewood, 15, 18 attempts today? Right now he's running read option. He's either giving it or pulling it, and they got a first down, a little drive going. But I think that's very, very careful when they pick their spots when they wanted him to throw the ball.
So LSU will turn to TJ Finley again today. This was at Ogeron a little bit earlier in the week about how Finley has adapted.
No surprise. I mean, we had confidence in TJ. We have confidence in Max. You can go to the office on a Saturday or a Sunday, in off season, in the summer. TJ and Max are studying football. They're in there all the time. This is no surprise to me because I saw the preparation. TJ lost a lot of weight. He's got his athleticism down. He's very well prepared. He's very, very confident, but you got to give Steve Ensminger the credit. Obviously, we had to run the football better, especially on first down. Start off with some short, easy passes, things that TJ can do, and he did it. I thought it was a great job of game planner and controlling TJ.
Jimmy, I know you'll remember this show when TJ Finley committed. It was in the summer, and you've known Hank Tierney a long time.
Since I was born.
And Hank came on the show with us that day, and then TJ came on the show with us in the very next segment, and we were extremely impressed with the young man, his intelligence level, his maturity, and it was the things that Hank was talking about. He is an excellent student, and the idea that he picked up this offense was not a surprise, but then to be as accurate as he was, that was sort of the knock on him in high school, was that sometimes his accuracy would be erratic. I saw anything but that in the first game.
A lot of things to talk about there. Yeah, I mean, I've known Hank Tierney all my life, and so my dad taught him practice structures when he was just a playground coach, and that's how far we go back. And Finley and Hank runs the veer option. That's when Mickey Joseph and Vance Joseph and all of them ran when under Hank Tierney, since he's been the head coach in 1984 on at Shaw and some other places. But they went to the spread because they went and studied at Ole Miss and some other places and tried to showcase Finley. Here's a guy who was 12 years old who was throwing pitches as a baseball pitcher in the 80s. I mean, he's just a freak arm, and he might. I think you hit it best as far. Okay, he looks like Jamarcus. Okay, but he throws it like Rohan.
Yes.
And I mean, and Rohan explained exactly what. And Ro said he was on a trip down in Ponchatoula, and his buddy said, "Ro, you see how he flicks it like you? I mean, looks just like you." And he does. He doesn't go all the way back because he doesn't have to. He comes to about the shoulder and kind of has that. When he snaps that wrist, it has that flick type of effect, and he's got that. That arm strength, that arm talent to do that. And when you don't have that long want, you get rid of it quicker, but also it kind of fine-tunes your accuracy in what you're talking about. It's like taking a less of a cut as a baseball hitter or less of a swing on a golfer. I mean, it allows you to be more compact. And we can have coach speak and things like that. Well, what do we say, Charlie? The waistline don't lie. And, man, that shows commitment. That shows you, okay, which direction did you go to during the shutdown? Okay? Did you work on your shot, Alonzo Ball? No. Okay? Or did you try and get in better shape? Like TJ Finley. So, and didn't he say all the right things after also?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So yes, what we experienced when he committed in high school, junior at Ponchatoula, sophomore, junior at Ponchatoula. And listen, you mentioned Mickey Joseph earlier. They're not getting TJ Finley without Mickey Joseph. Just that simple. He said that's Hank's boy, and he's that was the big end there.
The other thing that was a little bit, I don't know if surprising is the right word, but we had been told all during the week, that 2-week lead up, Max Johnson is the better runner, Finley is the better passer. So much so that we had sort of come around to the thing where it was being thought of that Finley couldn't run at all, which is not the case. He can run a little bit. He is a better runner than Brennan. He may not be as good a runner as Johnson, but there was just enough in that RPO package to keep South Carolina honest. I mean, I think his longest run was 9 yards, but just the threat of that. When Brennan runs that read, he's not keeping the ball.
Right.
And if he does, he can't run out of sight. So he's throwing the ball. The RPO package, I thought, worked so well last week, in part because he is a threat to run.
He is a threat to run. Johnson's quicker, okay, but and Finley is not fast. He's not quick, but he can move the pile of the guy for another 2 yards. He can get under center and run the quarterback sneak.
Yes.
Well, hey, applaud it.
No, absolutely.
Applaud it. I mean, sometimes you got to think, what do my opponents do? So say we're Charlie, our team's defending the goal line. They're at a 1 yard line. Would we rather them in the shotgun or under center?
Would rather them under center.
The defense. We want
the defense.
Give us a chance,
right.
some penetration.
We want our guy under center. The Missouri game showed that very well. When you have to go in a short yardage package out of the shotgun, how difficult that is to do. You have to give the ball to the back in a standing position. He has no momentum.
But
and if your offensive line isn't getting a push, you're sunk.
But is Brennan not a quarterback sneak guy either?
He wasn't in that game specifically because he was dealing with the injury. We know that now. We didn't necessarily know it while the game was going on. Could he be a quarterback sneak guy in the future? I think here and there, but he's not.
I know this guy.
He's not as powerful as this guy.
No, I know this guy is.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll give you an early scoreboard, an early turnover at Morgantown, but the Mountaineers not able to capitalize. Michigan and Michigan State are underway. Georgia and Kentucky are underway. It's Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
I can't tell you how many people tried to discourage me when I said, I'm opening up a haunted house. If you love doing something, don't let anything or anyone stand in your way.
How he comes up with this stuff in his head and designs it is mind-boggling.
Debbie and Home Bank understand my business and understand that it's not normal. They've worked with me since the beginning to help my business grow.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana's #1 hospital. Auctioneer.
Eagle 98.1. The Magnolia Bluffs Casino College Football Scoreboard. The Magnolia Bluffs Casino Hotel in Natchez. It's not what you play, it's who you play with.
We start out in Lexington, where Georgia has just punched it in from 2 yards out, and they lead Kentucky by a score of 7-0. Also a touchdown up at Michigan State. This was Rocky Lombardi to, I believe it was Jordan Simmons, for the touchdown to put them up 7-0.
Our big picks there. Stetson Bennett, not a bad runner, too. Had a nice touchdown run against Tennessee. He goes in from 2 yards again. He might be little, but, man, he is not bad. He is not bad. So 7-0 Georgia. Kentucky, 1 first down on their first drive.
Kansas State and West Virginia are scoreless, but West Virginia in the red zone. In fact, they are all the way down inside the 5, where they will play a 3rd down and goal. West Virginia got a turnover on the first Kansas State drive. They are going with their primary backup quarterback, Will Howard, who has played a lot this year. West Virginia unable to do anything with the interception. They missed a field goal.
Will Howard, 3 of 7 for 45 and a pick early on for Kansas State.
And they're going to go here 3rd and goal from the 3 of West Virginia, about 8:42 to go in the first quarter there. And we'll give you a little bonus play-by-play action. That is an incomplete pass, so they will have to settle for a field goal attempt. Georgia State and Coastal Carolina scoreless 5 minutes in. Same score for Cincinnati and Memphis. They are 5 minutes in.
Cincinnati on the move, though. Cincinnati on the move, has the ball. Did he complete this? Oh, that looks like a touchdown, Charlie. About 45-yarder.
That is
right at the 1 yard line.
Okay. Cincinnati either in or about to punch it in. Clemson has just punched it in. Boston College got an early touchdown pass from Phil Jerkovic to Zay Flowers, but Clemson has just come back. DJ Uiagalelei with a touchdown pass to Travis Etienne from 35 yards out. Extra point to come would tie Boston College and Clemson at 7.
Talked about Jerkovic, the Notre Dame transfer in Otterlocks earlier, and he was 3 for 3 for 59 yards and a touchdown on that first drive. He's had a very nice season. They've been really, really good in the passing game lately.
I just like saying Uiagalelei.
You got it right, so roll with it. It sounds great, Charlie.
Coastal Carolina has punched it in. Grayson McCall to Javon Haley for 35 yards and a touchdown. Extra point to come in that one about 7 minutes in. Temple is on the board at Yeoman, 3-0 there, but the quarterback didn't start.
No, Anthony Russo, 3-year starter, throwing it over 50 times a game for the Owls. Was a game-time decision. He hurt his throwing shoulder in a loss at Memphis where they went toe-to-toe yards-wise with the Memphis Tigers. Had a nice drive early, but Temple settles for a short field goal when their drive stalls inside the Tulane 5.
Purdue took their opening drive of the game and punched it in. They lead Illinois 7-0. Xander Horvath with the touchdown run for the Boilers. Wake Forest, an early field goal. They lead Syracuse 3-0, about 5 minutes into that one.
Give them field goals all day, Charlie. Plus the 14. We'll go with it.
Florida Atlantic, an early field goal against Texas San Antonio. They lead at 3-0. That is 4 minutes in. 1 o'clock kickoff for UCF and Houston. You expecting some points today?
82, and I like the over. I mean, these two teams average close to 90 snaps a game. It's all about approach of play. 50-49 game, Memphis and Central Florida. Should have been higher because 2 Central Florida drives stalled at the Memphis 1. They missed a short field goal at the end of regulation as well. I think it's going to be another 50-48 type of game. Yeah, over 82.
50-48 would be just fine. It looks like one of those Big 12 overs. Remember the old Big 12 overs? West Virginia and Texas Tech would be like 80, 87 or 88.
And how ironic that Houston was kind of the ones that first had these crazy overs, real high.
Remember that,
back in when they were running the run and shoot before everybody else was.
2 o'clock kickoff for Rice and Southern Miss. Southern Miss with their 3rd coach of the year.
Sad, isn't it?
I mean, it really is.
It is really sad to see how this program has deteriorated, and I just don't think it has a lot of hope. And, there was once a day when Ole Miss and Mississippi State would not even think about playing Southern Miss because they knew they were getting beat. And it just kind of stuck geographically and couldn't even get in the American. And now in the CUSA, and it's on life support. They're having major financial situations down in Hattiesburg. Man, Reggie Collier, Brett Favre, there were some great teams there.
It was already the lowest paying job in CUSA at about $500,000. And when your head coach, now he wasn't guaranteed to get the job. He was the interim coach, but he takes a job at Austin Peay for probably about half that. That's what the last guy was making. You really got to look at it.
There's no better source of information for Southern Miss athletics than our buddy Dave Parker. We call him Nugget, and they're just hoping that Hugh Freeze had an audition when Liberty ran it up on them because that's not the best situation with Falwell and Liberty and Freeze right now. But I think Freeze, what he's doing at Liberty, is going to be looked at. He's going to get a second shot.
Freeze may get the Auburn job. If they moved on from Gus, that would be the first name comes up. Yeah.
Interesting.
Troy and Arkansas State at 2 o'clock. 2:30 kick for number 4 Notre Dame at Georgia Tech. Got to beware the look ahead. They got Clemson next week. Now, Georgia Tech's not very good, but we'll see what Notre Dame looks like. Their last home game against Louisville, they didn't exactly blow the doors off. They won that game 12-7, so we'll see how sharp the Irish are today.
Well, it's, week to week, and that's not a good Louisville defense that they struggle with. But then they go to Pitt, a much better defense, and really annihilated them. They looked very, very good at Pitt last week. And but, it's Sims. It's the freshman quarterback who's a nice player, who I think he's going to be a pro someday. But he's a freshman, and he's inconsistent. But can he make enough plays to kind of keep Georgia Tech in it? I wouldn't be shocked with Notre Dame peeking ahead just a little bit.
Yes, Indiana's at Rutgers at 2:30. I've asked everybody else this week, did he get in against Penn State?
All in the field stands.
Yeah, it had to.
I had Indiana, and you got the spread already. I'm just glad they're going for 2 so they can get it out from losing by more than 6.5. But sure, I'm pulling for Indiana to beat Penn State, and I see it both ways. I can see an angle where, the tip of the ball, kind of hit the tip of the, the goal line or the pylon, or did the ball hit out of bounds first? So whatever, they got very fortunate. It's the ultimate 50-50 call that went Indiana's way. They call him out. I think, it's got to stay on the field. But you know what? We talk about it a lot, how the big boy, the ones with the big stick, like Arkansas, does not carry the stick that Auburn does in its league, and they got the call on the backward spike. The same people say this happens in the Big Ten forever. Hey, how about one finally for the little guy? The more interesting thing was they only had 120 yards of offense till the last drive of regulation. Penn State outgained them by 280 yards in that game. Indiana still won. So, hell of a job of the quarterback to even make it that close. I didn't give him much of a chance.
Big Ten's worst nightmare. Indiana beats Penn State. Penn State beats Ohio State. That is the nightmare scenario for the league. 2:30 kick for TCU and Baylor. Also for Northwestern and Iowa. Texas is at Oklahoma State. Cowboys up to number 6 in the country, trying to stay unbeaten in the Big 12.
They're getting better and better. And it's this unusual style where everybody's going up and down the field in pros and in college. Here is Oklahoma State and Mike Gundy just dialing it back and being a little Les Miles, a little retro, leaning on Chuba Hubbard, leaning on that defense. They actually play field position football in Stillwater, Oklahoma. I would never thought to see this day.
And they get Shane Sanders back last week. They're starting quarterback, so they've stabilized that position as well. 3 o'clock kick on the SEC Network for Ole Miss and Vandy. See what you think about my theory. This was one of my picks yesterday. Lane Kiffin takes out a little frustration on poor Vanderbilt today. Hey, scored a bunch of points against Florida, lost. Scored a bunch of points against Alabama, lost. Had Auburn beat, don't get a call. I think the Lane train's going to be rolling today.
What is that? The unmovable force and the irresistible
force, unmovable defense.
What's going to win? Vandy's offense versus Ole Miss's defense.
I'll take Ole Miss's defense.
Really?
I know.
Really?
I know. Vandy's bad, man.
Ole Miss defense is the worst in the country.
They are.
Yards per play.
They're
the
horrible.
worst.
No argument. I think they get a little bit better today.
Okay.
A little bit better. App State and UL Monroe at 3 o'clock. Also Virginia Tech and Louisville. This is another game that I like with the home team catching points here. Both of these teams, good at home, not as good on the road, especially Virginia Tech. I like the home team catching a field goal and a hook.
Virginia Tech is who's at home? I'm sorry.
Louisville.
Virginia Tech is much better at home, even with these, the lack of crowd. There's no question. And they got caught on the road in Winston-Salem last week, and we're sloppy. 3 turnovers and 2 missed field goals when Wake Forest played mistake-free ball. By the way, Michigan tied it up 7-7 with a run. But that's a tough one on me, Charles. I can't. Louisville is just weak on defense. They're just not there. It's a stay away spot. Not one of my favorite games. But Virginia Tech is not as good on the road.
Number 25, Boise State is at Air Force. 6 o'clock kick from Mississippi State and Alabama. That one could get ugly. It's been a mass exodus of players over at Mississippi State for the Pirate this week.
Gosh, it's a bad fit.
Something's.
I mean, he's got quirky.
Right.
He's got quirky ways. Okay, his player relations. We know about Craig James' son. Okay, locking him up in the shed, in the practice facility.
That was 2 stops ago, and it's still.
Okay,
I get it.
But it reminds me of the way these guys are jumping off the pirate ship in Starkville.
It may be a complete just overhaul. I mean, he's 2 years away.
Do you think the kids are a little bit different in the Southeastern Conference and in the Pacific Northwest?
Just a touch.
Okay.
Just a touch.
Yeah.
New Mexico and San Jose State, Charlotte and Duke, all of those games at 6 o'clock. Ohio State and
San Jose
Penn
State looked good. Air Force cannot run the ball. I know. I watched it.
Wait a minute. I did see a little bit of that game. Yeah, it was 0-0 at the half.
Yeah, they had the goal line stance right before half, but then they opened it up and beat. San Jose State. I mean, Air Force scored like 50 on Navy in their one game going into that. Remember, that was one. They did good for you last week, but I did give that loser. But I was surprised. Air Force was completely shut down by San Jose State's defense. I hadn't seen guys could actually run and hit a little bit for San Jose State on that side of the ball.
Number 3.
BC scored again, by the way, 14-7. Touchdown run for about 4 yards.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Number 3, Ohio State. Number 18, Penn State from Beaver Stadium. It's this is the whiteout, but not with the fans. I mean,
sad.
Boy, it was one of the real special atmospheres in college football when they do that, and it just would have been off the hook. But alas,
it's just one of the best visuals.
Yeah, it's a fantastic night, and it's just 2020.
But Ohio State did not dominate Nebraska like they have been in the previous years. Only the first game, okay, but those yards were closer, and Day's apologizing for covering the spread at the end. But the thing is, I don't know, Penn State, I don't want to overreact because I liked Indiana because Penn State might be looking ahead. Now here's the game. I think Penn State could be competitive, and they've, against the spread, dominated this series with Ohio State the last 6.
They're catching 10. Arkansas and number 8 Texas A&M. This game is at Kyle Field in College Station. It has been traditionally up in Dallas, but it's returning to campus. A&M a 2-touchdown favorite here. Sam Pittman's done a great job at Arkansas. We didn't think that they were going to win 2 games all year. Here they are 2-2, and really ought to be 3-1. I think they, of all of those games at Auburn that we've talked about where they got a little bit lucky, that's the one where you can say, listen, the Kentucky game, that was in the first half. The Ole Miss game, they would have had another possession. In that game, Arkansas wins. Arkansas wins. They recover the ball. They're on a knee, and they're out the door. So
eyeballs, they're in their position. They making tackles. Now, they missed a bunch of tackles in the Auburn game because it was sloppy. It was a lot of rain. That was when that hurricane, they got a lot of it. But they just, they came up with the scheme where they had 6 interceptions where nobody could stop Ole Miss's offense. And, I am blown away by it. And the craziest statistic, I had to dig into this, their last 4 recruiting classes, the average ranking, what would you say?
In the country or in the league? I would say 35.
25. Not quite as bad. No, they don't mean everything, but maybe a little bit more. And and he's got Felipe Franks. Look, he's not asking him to do too much. Kendall Browse is a very good play caller. Because Franks is never going to be consistent with his mechanics, all right? But they're asking him to make the easy completion. The whole team, I can't get over it. As good of a coordinator tandem in the country. And Odom on defense and Kendall Browse was calling those plays in the offense.
Barry Odoms is the Burrows winner right now. If I had to vote, he wins it right now. Missouri is at number 10, Florida at 6:30. Also at 6:30, Navy and number 22, SMU. 7 o'clock kick for number 15, North Carolina at Virginia. They got to be kicking themselves, huh? The game that they lose to Florida State. They played one really, really, really bad quarter of football the whole year, North Carolina. That first quarter where they find themselves 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
The rest, they controlled the rest of the game. They dug themselves too big of a hole. They would be in the top 5 right now. I don't know if they're one of the best 5 teams in the country, but they would be ranked there.
Who is the 5th? Notre Dame? Because Georgia's better than Notre Dame.
I think they are.
Yeah. Let's say who's 6?
Oklahoma State.
There you go. You know what I mean? Even Ethan Ott noticed that. Yes, he noticed. There's a big drop-off after the top 4, Dad.
It does.
Wow, goodness.
Number 24, Oklahoma, is at Texas Tech. UL Lafayette at Texas State at 7 o'clock. And the return of late games, 8:30, San Diego State, Utah State.
Bailout!
9:15, Western Kentucky and number 11, BYU. And a 9:30 kickoff for Nevada and UNLV. And
you mentioned Florida. Scoreboard. Big mystery. What are you going to get? Are they going to be that sloppy? Or is it going to be? What are you going to get? Are you going to get New England, or are you going to get Tennessee after the shutdown?
Boy,
Tennessee looked arrested. New England looks terrible.
If I knew, I'd be hauling it up to Mississippi up to the Magnolia Bluffs on the break, but I don't know. I think there's 2 different kinds, Jimmy. It's the ones where you couldn't play a game because your opponent had some COVID problems, and then you couldn't play a game because you had the COVID problems that forces you to stop practicing for that amount of time. That's the theory I'm going with today. Let you know how I do a little bit later on.
Yep, 7-0 Cincinnati, and driving for more in West Virginia with the big they got a first down, automatic first down. So 1st and goal inside the 5-yard line for Kansas State, getting ready to take the lead.
At your college football scoreboard, this is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
Service Master Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact Service Master Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. Service Master Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front to Back Boat Services.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge, innovating healthcare for Kelly.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals. But many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on it.
Eagle 98.1.
Eagle 98.1 Game Day continues as we walk you up towards LSU and Auburn. Memphis with a 92-yard touchdown run. They've tied the score with Cincinnati. Michigan State and Michigan are tied at 7. And West Virginia's been trying to punch it in here for about a half an hour. They've had like 5 penalties down there.
Perfect example, okay? 3rd and goal from the 1. The quarterback is at the 7-yard line. The running back is at the 8. Handoff up the middle, he gets hit at the 3.
Of course he does.
Ain't getting hit at the 3, under center.
Nope. I understand. Got to settle for a field goal. West
Applaud
Virginia
LSU for adjusting on the fly, because they they are teams that go out the shotgun the whole game, but when they get to short yardage, they do get under center.
And I've heard
Georgia does it.
And I've heard, and I think that's the way to do it, because I've heard from teams that, well, we can't go into center because we don't practice it. Start practicing it.
It takes how long?
Take one period a week. One 10-minute period a week. You're going to work on goal line anyway. Work on snapping the ball.
Games are won on loss in short yardage situations.
Yes, those are the most important plays of the game. I mean, that's not worth one period of your time. Come on, they're teaching 7-year-olds to take snaps from center. You can't teach these kids to do that. Come on.
I don't know, Charlie. The rule in baseball this year, Major League Baseball, you start extra innings with a runner at second, and nobody bunts. Nobody. Even if the team, you're the home team, that team gets 0 in the top, they're not even looking to bunt. Just swinging for the fences, baby.
I don't want that rule to continue.
It will.
But I have to admit, it did produce some of the more unusual results, a lot more unusual results than I expected, because I was like you. Okay, that you got a runner at second base with nobody out, and you only need one run to end the game. Well, that's automatic, right? I mean, this is a bunt and a sacrifice fly. We're going to the house. No, swing away.
I heard Hawthorne's called the SEC office to try and get it implemented for conference games.
It would move things along, right? We've talked a lot about Bo Nix during this show. Let's hear from his head coach. This is Gus Malzahn on his sophomore QB.
I think the run game has helped everybody, and then our offensive line, getting that settled in has helped everybody too. But I think he's done a solid job. Obviously, 2 weeks ago, the turnovers were very uncharacteristic because up to that point he was protecting the football as good as anybody in the country. And then the way he bounced back last week, 0 turnovers, very efficient. Obviously, the game on the line makes a great back shoulder throw to Seth, and I think he was 3 for 4 on that 82-yard drive, at the end. So I think Bo is in a really good spot.
He's right that he's only turned the ball over in 1 of their 5 games, but he turned it over 3 times in that game against South Carolina, and all 3 of them set up South Carolina on short fields. They cashed in on all 3 of them, and they ended up winning the game by touchdowns. They ended up winning the game by 1 score. So
keep in mind, Auburn outgained South Carolina by close to 200 yards in that game.
So does that make you more or less confident in their ability against LSU today? We're talking about same opponent in consecutive weeks.
Well, Ole Miss sure does come at a nice time when you're trying to get your quarterback his confidence back. And you see the thing about their approach last week, it was unbelievable because both of those and both coaches, Lane Kiffin did it with Ole Miss too because Corral had thrown 6 interceptions in Fayetteville the week before. So both of these quarterbacks combined for 9 interceptions, and they were running it 2-1. They both ran it 2-1 for the entire game. And so was that Chad Morris going back to the running game to run first to nurture his quarterback along, just like LSU did with Finley? They ran it 2-1 to nurture their quarterback. That's start number 1. This was start 18 for Bo, or 17 for Bo Nix. Now, how much? Now, Finley, we think LSU is going to be closer to 50-50, right?
That's what they want to be, yeah. I mean,
but I still think it might be, say, high 50% to low 40% run to pass. They're still going to run a little bit more than pass. You think? Today, LSU?
Absolutely. They want to stay on schedule. And I don't know that it's maybe quite as unbalanced as we think from last week in that LSU had the big lead and spent a lot of the fourth quarter with the ball on the ground. I think they were a little bit more balanced in the competitive portion of the game. A little bit more.
13 of the first 16 snaps runs?
Well, they were pounding the football on that first drive, for sure. Yeah, and I would do that too. I think that's...
Well, that's what Auburn was pounding it too. I mean, both of these teams are the same spot. How much will Auburn now be closer to 50-50? When the game is still in hand and you're not just running clock, how much closer will LSU be? That's a game within the game. I don't know if they're ready to take that step with Bo Nix just yet.
No, and they shouldn't be. If I can put the ball in Bigsby's hands and rather than Bo Nix's hands, I want the ball in the freshman's hands. I want to be able to control the tempo. I want to be able to control the clock, down and distance, all of those things with a run game. I don't want to put the game on Bo Nix's shoulders.
Well, he is going to run it 10 times too.
And that's fine. Yeah,
he's quick. He's big. He's a nice.
He's got some size. Yeah.
No, he's a nice runner. He's a nice runner. So that's the game within the game from both teams, and it's LSU's in a much less frustrated spot. Well, that's what you do with a first-time starter as a freshman. This is not what you do with a quarterback in start 17.
One more from Gus Malzahn. This was his thoughts on Terrace Marshall.
Yeah, well, first of all, he's very talented. He can run. He's very aggressive with, attacking the football. He's very good at the top of routes. He's just a veteran guy that is very talented, that has big game experience, obviously. So he's a tough defend.
Last week, South Carolina had a top-flight cornerback in J.C. Horn that they could man up on Terrace Marshall. Now, Marshall still got his yards, but Auburn doesn't have
big size advantage for Marshall, too.
Yeah, and Marshall, Auburn does not have a cornerback as good as J.C. Horn. So I think this could be a very, very big day for Terrace Marshall.
I would think so. Attacking the football is a term he used, and that's why we talk about their big, strong hands, Marshall and Seth Williams. I mean, they really go get the ball because, especially Williams, because, and I thought it was I mean, I agree 100%. Detillier knows better than us, but I mean, he's got those guys 1 and 1A, you know, kind of in the 20s, somewhere there in the first round. I mean, so it's 6'3", 200. That's what they're both listed as. Marshall might be a hair over 200. I mean, looks a little bit, but not much. But the point is, but yeah, and that's, you know, so many guys got to catch the ball with their body. And they go out when in traffic, and they have the strong, big hands, and like you said, attack the football when it's in the air, high pointed. I mean, little brother Kelvin Joseph did Williams over, you know, in the Kentucky Auburn game. Marshall, I mean, every other touchdown. I mean, every other catch seems like a touchdown. It's Chris Carter over again, man.
We'll take a break as we lead you into LSU and Auburn. Top of the hour, we're going to go back to Auburn, Alabama. Greg Bowser will be on the call today on the LSU Sports Radio Network. He'll be doing color commentary, so we'll talk with Greg, and we'll catch you up to date on everything that's going on as the 11 o'clock games march toward the end of the first quarter and into the second. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
This is it, what smart customers wait for all year. The Richards Honda Trade-In, Trade-Up event. Right now, get more money for your trade and a great price on something new. That's a win-win. Only at richardshonda.com. The smart choice.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
At Corval Toyota in Opelousas, you can get into a 2020 Highlander for $4,500 off MSRP. That's right, $4,500 off MSRP. Hurry in, they won't last long. That's Corval Toyota in Opelousas, Happy Town, USA.
From the makers of Blue Moon comes Light Sky. An extraordinary citrus sweet brewed with real tangerine peel, only 95 calories. Welcome to the light side of the moon.
At GMFS Mortgage, thanks to you, we've been changing lives for over 21 years. So far this year, that includes providing thousands of meals for the homeless, donating and helping raise $125,000 for the Greater Baton Rouge Food Bank, feeding hundreds of police officers during the stay-at-home order, and feeding local nursing homes. So if you're ready to buy, build, renovate, or refinance, choose a local lender that's changing lives in our community. Choose GMFS Mortgage today.
GMFS, changing lives.
Started making beer at home and immediately fell in love with it. After like the day of my first batch of brewing, I was already thinking, can I do this for a living?
Oh yeah, obsessed with it. He was totally consumed by it, and then looked at me one day.
Eagle 98.1. Game Day. Talkin' Tigers. Presented by Ralph's Market. Ralph's Market, where quality and customer service are a family tradition. Talkin' Tigers. LSU linebacker Jabril Cox.
Yeah, the sky's the limit for this defense. I think mostly it's about small assignments, our eyes, where we're looking at. A lot of the times we're looking in the backfield and not in our man. So that's one of the things that we just have to keep preaching each week. But other than that, we've been trying to dial in on the communication parts of it, and we did a pretty good job of that last week.
LSU offensive lineman Liam Shanahan.
You know, on the O-line, obviously we've had different guys having to rotate in pretty much every game. And, you know, kind of across the team, it's been like that too. TJ had to step up this last week. which is kind of the mindset that we have to have, is just next man up. You know, Coach Craig, from the first day that we were in here for fall camp, he said that there's everyone in this room is going to have to contribute, everyone in the offensive line room. You know, it's the starting five from the first game. It's not going to be the starting five for the entire year. Guys are going to go down. Stuff's going to happen. You know, and guys have stepped up for us. Cam Wire and Charles Turner both have done a good job stepping up, and you know, hopefully they'll be able to continue to do so. And who knows who else will have to have their name called.
LSU running back Tyrion Davis-Price.
Yeah, well, I know we compete with each other. We're real competitive with each other, just making each other better. At the end of the day, that's all it's really about, just making each other better and doing what's best for the team. So one guy gets hot, he might get the most carries. That's the best for the team at the time. And like we said, during the week, we're real competitive with each other. Friendly competition, just making each other better. You know, we're all great backs. You know, we just compete. That's all we talk about through practice, just making each other better. Because at the end of the day, we all want to see each other make it to the next level. And I mean, there's no better way to do it than compete.
LSU wide receiver Terrence Marshall Jr.
TJ, he got his feet wet. He's a very confident quarterback. So I believe in him in any situation against any team. And no matter who's back there behind the pocket, I mean, I got my trust in anybody who's throwing me the ball because, I mean, that's just the trust we have with our team.
LSU linebacker Jabril Cox.
Yeah, there's a lot of similar play style. Auburn, they do a lot of belly zone read, and they like to lean on the run game a lot more. They have a couple good receivers on the outside, a couple fast ones, but these past couple weeks, there's been a couple similar play styles. And we all know that's a copycat league, so they're going to try to pull some things from last week that we missed on. So we just have to prepare for that.
LSU offensive lineman Liam Shanahan.
They definitely had some crazy players last year after seeing some film from last year's game already. So a couple of those guys graduated, but they're still a pretty good group up front. You know, and it's Auburn. Like they're a good team. It's going to be another challenge for us. As an offensive line, dealing with their defensive front. So all we got to do is, you know, we started yesterday and then kind of keep building on our preparation today and throughout the week and then be ready to go on Saturday.
LSU running back Tyrion Davis-Price.
I mean, back there, we're comfortable with all our quarterbacks. And, I mean, we're LSU. They get us, when we're here, they get us ready to play no matter next man up. I mean, Miles was hurt and TJ stepped in for that game and he played how he was supposed to play, how he was practicing all week, and he was ready.
LSU linebacker Jabril Cox.
This is all part of the game. Damone, he's a smart young player, but a couple past weeks, it's been a couple eye violations that he's been having, but these next weeks, we're just gonna keep working hard and just trying to shoot gaps like we did last week and improve on that.
LSU offensive lineman Liam Shanahan.
Yeah, you know, TJ, one thing about him is he does a great job preparing. And as not only him, as does Miles and Max and everybody else in the quarterback room. So really that's what it's going to have to come down to, I personally think, is putting in the same amount of preparation and even more than last week to make it easier on them so they're not confused out there or you know, worried about other stuff, where they can really just focus on playing. And even in an atmosphere like that, you know, they're confident in themselves and they know what they have to do and what's going on. So it makes it that much easier.
Talking Tigers, Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals, but many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
When morning came to Louisiana, we were hopeful, not hibernating. We were mending fences, feeding neighbors, and holding our kids. When morning came to Louisiana, we were wide awake, planting seeds for next year's crops. We were stronger, ready for what's next. And together, as we build anew, Blue Cross stands ready to support you.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Inside the stadium. Inside the stadium. Presented by GoFlow IV Spa. GoFlow IV Spa, where athletes come to hydrate so they can dominate.
And we head back up to loveliest little village on the plains, and we check in with our friend Greg Bowser, who will be on the call today with Chris Blair and Gordy Rush. Greg, good afternoon. Oh, good morning, I should say, for a few more minutes. How are you?
Hey, Charlie, doing well. Just getting ready to head over to the stadium, and it's chilly up here this morning.
Yeah, you've been to a lot of LSU Auburn games, so this is going to be strange, right? I mean, what isn't strange in 2020, but to be a part of this game, this series, and for Jordan Hare to be only partially full, I know is going to be an odd experience, I would say.
It is going to be odd. You know, this morning earlier we got up and my wife and I drove around campus a little bit just to see, kind of take in the atmosphere. And, you know, if it wasn't for the barricades, you wouldn't know there was a football game going on. You know, not a whole lot of people moving around, what you expect on a game day.
Greg, when you watched TJ Finley in his first start last week, what were some of the things that stood out to you?
I think his command of the offense, I mean, how comfortable he was in there, you know. And, look, a lot of credit to Steve Ensminger. I really think he called a really good game. He got his running game involved. LSU stressed running the football. That took a lot of the pressure off. And South Carolina couldn't load up and come after him because he was going to, you know, did a good job of running it. Then TJ got comfortable, and of course, you know, he's got a tremendous arm, and those wide receivers were open, and he hit them. So I thought it was a really good game plan. Got him comfortable, and most impressed with his poise. We'll see how that goes tonight because Kevin Steele's not going to let him sit back there.
Greg, defensively, LSU got a better pass rush a week ago, but they still gave up 7 explosive plays. When you see some of the things that they're doing defensively, do they seem overly complicated to you? Do you think that most of these busts have been mental and a confusion as to what their assignments are?
I think it's been mental and confusion. It seems like everybody's trying to make the big play instead of just the old adage, do your job. They all trying to make the big play, and what ends up happening is you get out of position, and you can't do that in this defense. I think on the Dave Aranda's defense a year ago, it was designed to where you had what I call safety nets. If you missed it, if the safety missed or if an outside linebacker missed, there was another guy there. In this Bo Pelini design defense, you can't do that. If you're not in position, everybody's not where they're supposed to be, you're going to get a big play. And when you give up those explosive plays like that, it can hurt you against a really good football team. And Auburn's a good team. I think that's going to be the key for LSU is don't give up those explosive plays in the passing game. Make Bo Nix have to beat you.
What adjustments are you expecting that Pelini will make?
I think he's going to simplify, Charlie. I think he's going to see him just play more of a base defense. You don't want to blitz because part of Nix's deal is he likes to scramble around and try to get people out of position and then make a big play. So I think he'll play bait. You'll see him a lot simple, maybe with two high safeties, just to keep people out there, and then just play them straight up.
When they made some changes a week ago, personnel-wise, we saw, for instance, Micah Baskerville come in for Damone Clark. We saw some other changes in the secondary. What tangible effects did you see that it made?
I thought they got lined up pretty quickly. That was part of their going back to basics and playing some kids who were not going to go and try and make the big play. And to me, that was the big difference. It kind of settled them down a little bit. We'll see how much of that they do. I think that, again, you've got to keep Bo Nix in the pocket, make him have to throw it. He's about a 55% completion guy, and he'll throw the interception if you keep him in the pocket. And I think that's what LSU is going to have to do.
Seth Williams, number 18, their best receiver and one of the best receivers in the country. We've been debating about whether LSU will just put Derek Stingley on him man for man wherever he goes, or if they'll play some kind of combination. What do you anticipate?
I think they're going to play some kind of combination because if you look at what Auburn does, they don't really throw the deep ball. They want to run the football. And so I don't think you need to do that. You need to put Stingley on him. I think they'll do some kind of a combination just to mix it up a little bit.
All right, LSU and Auburn coming your way at 2:30. Greg, appreciate you checking in. Have a good call and a safe trip home, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, Charlie, thanks.
Greg Bowser with the LSU Sports Radio Network today with the LSU and Auburn game. We'll take a break, come back, get you up to date on all of the scores. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
Started making beer at home and immediately fell in love with it. After like the day of my first batch of brewing, I was already thinking, can I do this for a living?
Oh yeah, obsessed with it. He was totally consumed by it, and then looked at me one day and told me I was put on this earth to brew beer. And I was like, wow, that is such a bold statement. And if you can say that about anything, then you need to follow your dream and do it.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana's #1 hospital, Ochsner.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. ServiceMaster Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into front-to-back boat services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front-to-back boat services.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relations.
Eagle 98.1.
Get a free roof inspection by Garcia Roofing. GarciaDidMyRoof.com.
WTGL and HD1 Baton Rouge. The Gulf Coast Bank College Football Scoreboard. Gulf Coast Bank and Trust Company. The bank that cares about you.
Well, it is early in the second quarter, but this one's going to get everybody's attention. Boston College leads Clemson 21-7. Clemson was on the 1-yard line, ready to punch it in for what would have been the tying score. They fumbled. Boston College took it back 97 yards for a touchdown to put them up 2 scores here. Hasn't really been a problem for DJ Uiagalelei. He is 12 of 14 for 121 yards and a touchdown. And again, they were going in for the tying score when the fumble happened. So 2-touchdown lead for Boston College. When's the last time Clemson
saw it right there?
Yeah. When's the last time Clemson was down 2 touchdowns in an ACC game? I mean, Barack Obama was in office, right?
North Carolina was were they ever beating them? But it wasn't 2 touchdowns.
No, that game ended up like 21-20, right?
Syracuse game when T-Law went out.
Yeah,
they were down. They were down like 13 points. 13 or 14. I'm not sure which one it was.
That would probably be it. So, again, very early in the second quarter, but BC's got a 2-score lead, 21-7. Georgia leads Kentucky 7-3. About 3 minutes to go to the half, just under 3 minutes to go to the half in that one. This game's kind of been played in the mud. Kentucky is doing a very good job at slowing things down. Joey Gatewood 5 of 9 for 39 yards, and it just seems like it's like the opposite of Kentucky basketball. They want to go slow, real slow. Yeah. Number 7, Cincinnati leads Memphis 14-7. Desmond Ridder has thrown a touchdown pass and run for one for the Bearcats. Michigan State, Jimmy, you were on this one in Otter Locks. You said Michigan's victory over Minnesota looks a lot less after what happened to them against Maryland last night, and Michigan State, off the loss at Rutgers, has taken a 14-7 lead, but 9 minutes to go to the break in that one. Rocky Lombardi has thrown 2 touchdown passes for the Spartans. West Virginia has taken the lead on Kansas State 10-3. Again, Kansas State playing without their starting quarterback today. The backup, Will Howard, is only 4 of 13. He has thrown 2 interceptions in the first half in Morgantown. Number 20, Coastal Carolina, 20-0 over Georgia State. Decent club there.
Good.
That's a decent club.
Man.
A little bit solid
there.
And
it had to beat a solid Georgia Southern team without their starting quarterback. Now, he had some starting experience, but, man, yeah, that's what's happening at, like, Liberty, Charlotte, Coastal Carolina, these infant Division I programs. I mean, it was really impressive.
Number 23, Iowa State leads Kansas 13-6 now. Brock Purdy has started out 12 for his first 14. Daniel Henshaw has scored for Kansas. Extra point to come there 3 minutes in to the second quarter. Florida Atlantic leads Texas San Antonio 10-3 about halfway through the second quarter. Tulane leads Temple 10-3 about midway through the second quarter down at Yeoman Temple without their starting quarterback today. Purdue leads Illinois 14-0 about halfway through the second quarter there. Wake Forest leads Syracuse 10-0 about halfway through the second quarter there as well. 1 o'clock starts for Central Florida and Houston. 2 o'clock start for Rice and Southern Miss, and a 2 o'clock start for Troy and Arkansas State. That is your early window here in college football. And that is your college football scoreboard up to the minute here. And we'll take a break. Come back and continue to walk you up to LSU and Auburn. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
During times of trouble, hope keeps us calm, and courage keeps us strong. Here in Louisiana, we know this better than most. After all, we've faced hardship, But hurricanes and floods never washed away what makes us strong. It's our culture, the spirit of resilience that says rise and rise up again. We'll make it through the tough times. We always do. And Blue Cross will always be here to support you.
Foundation failure is common in South Louisiana, and that's why homeowners here turn to a local company they can trust, WCK Foundation Repair.
WCK is the only company that specializes in drilled piers, the ideal solution for Louisiana's unique soil conditions. WCK is locally owned and operated by a group of professionals with years of experience.
Learn more about the signs of foundation failure on WCKFoundationRepair.com. Call for a free estimate. WCK Foundation Repair. Support the home team.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals. But many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
To the heroes who are working tirelessly to care for our communities, we thank you. We will never forget the countless hours you dedicated on the front lines, choosing to risk your own health to fight for our friends, neighbors, and family members.
I mean, you guys are out on the front lines fighting it.
We are grateful for your heroic acts and unwavering spirit. Together, we are overcoming this adversity and make our state healthier and more vibrant again. Auctioner Health.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
Eagle 98.1.
Eagle 98.1 Game Day marches on. Bottom of the hour, we'll hand it on Eagle to the LSU Sports Radio Network. On ESPN Radio, we'll hand it off to T-Bob and Matt Moscona for continue with the scoreboard show as we get you closer to kickoff of today's game.
T-Bob on Halloween working?
Did you see him yesterday?
I did not see him.
He did all 3 hours in an Olaf mask. And let me just tell you, when you talk that much and you have a mask on, you get a little bit dehydrated. It's not the easiest thing. It's not the most comfortable thing to do.
He loves it.
No, he's great.
He loves it more. I mean, he is the suburban Halloween king.
Yes.
I mean, he is.
As a matter of fact,
he's
going to be with his kids tonight. I'll be flying solo on postgame because he's taking the little ones out for Halloween. So we're okay. We're okay with that. But yeah, he was Olaf all day yesterday. West Virginia just punches it in to go up 16-3 on Kansas State. What's catching you out here early, Jimmy, as we march towards halftime in the early games?
Kansas State struggling without their backup quarterback and on the road. I mean, we're gonna pick it blindly when the unranked team is ranked over. And what's the common thread? They're always at home.
Mm-hmm.
Even in these times. Cincinnati's keeping Memphis hanging around. Here's looks like a block punt. They've had. Yeah, it's a block punt return, rather.
They may take this touchdown off the board for West Virginia. I think he stepped out at the 2.
Okay.
So they're going to go look at that. I think they're going to take this off the board.
I told you like the under in Georgia, Kentucky. You're like, what? It's 43. Kentucky is they shorten the game.
Yeah, they take the air out of the ball.
Do they? I mean, it's like Dean Smith running the four corners. I mean, they run. They don't miss tackles, but now they did get a break. Ball is tipped. Stetson Bennett's pass was tipped at the line. It's intercepted. It's part of being short as a quarterback. That's one of the drawbacks, and that stops a Georgia score. But 7-3 going in a half, and it's not like it's this dominating defensive effort. It's just no possessions. Each team's had the ball like 3 times in the first half.
Clemson losing is what's going to draw the national attention as we get towards the half here. But it is not the quarterback. It is not Uwe Angalele. He has played well. He has only thrown 3 incompletions. He has not turned the ball over. Now, I didn't see the fumble down there. I should say he hasn't thrown an interception. The fumble down by the goal line, I did not see. All I saw was the guy running towards the end zone. So I don't know if it was on the exchange or if I can't imagine they gave the ball to anybody but ATN down there, but I don't know that for sure. So we'll see. But that's going to catch everybody's attention that Boston College has an 11-point lead at Clemson halfway through the second quarter.
And they held them to 3 the next time. And the BC can score. They can score, and they've already scored 2 touchdowns on their own. The one was a fluke, but they went right down the field. The guy is he's so big. It looks like he's one of those like junior high players that's trying to catch up with his body. He's not the smoothest, but he's throwing, and he's got some real targets, man. Boston College with a huge break. I mean, this is reminiscent because it was a weird play like that, like a fumble punt that set up a short drive for Syracuse 2 years ago when Syracuse had him on the ropes. So that, I forget the guy's name, but he kept Clemson's national championship hopes alive in Trevor Lawrence's freshman year when they beat Alabama. Now is this guy who's much more highly recruited. Say it, Charlie. Angalele?
Uwe Angalele.
Okay. But they game on, man. This is not just Clemson's just not going to blow this team away. Boston College comes in a little bit of a roll. We it was one of our picks beforehand, but we didn't expect this type of game.
No, absolutely not. The other game I wanted to talk about a little bit here while we got a minute at 3 o'clock actually is Texas and Oklahoma State. I think this is one of the more compelling games of the day. Oklahoma State's in this stretch of games that I consider kind of 50-50 games. One of them was with Iowa State last week. They win by a field goal. This one with Texas, 3.5-point spread. Next week they go to Kansas State, and then they go to Oklahoma. I can make a case that Oklahoma State would win or lose any one of those games, okay? They won the close one a week ago, probably won it by a little bit more than the score would indicate.
Yeah, it wasn't really in doubt.
I'm trying to figure if they are a legitimate playoff contender or not, because I think they are. I think they are.
Who else? I mean, this is the deal.
That's part of it, but I think they can navigate this schedule. They just got to catch every break. You know, these games are going to be close. You know, I think they're going to be 1-score games. So, oh wow, they let the play stand at Morgantown. That's a surprise to me. In my opinion, what I saw there, he clearly stepped out of bounds at the 2. But they're going to let the touchdown stand. So it's 16-3 with the extra point to come for West Virginia.
I don't know, Charlie. If the quarterback, he's back, but if he can continue to grow a little bit and give them a passing element to their game. They've never had a defense like this. They've got, Chubba Hubbard he's no new guy on the block. We know who he is, and he's back, and they might have a little bit of a chance. They're still swimming upstream. They cannot compete with Clemson at full strength, Ohio State, Alabama. I don't even think Georgia. I mean, maybe. I don't know, but can they kind of?
My opinion of Georgia is not going up watching this thing against Kentucky. I mean, they're taking the air out of the ball, but you should be up more than 4 points against Kentucky.
They're going to get the second half kickoff. If they score and it's 14-3 and they're getting a second half kickoff, does that change it?
They're going to win the game.
There's no room for error when you got 3 possessions a half.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy's take the ball.
But Georgia's defense should have created more than 3 possessions. They should have gotten a stop by now.
There's your point. I agree with that because Kentucky, remember, they started like at their 5 or 10, and they went all the way to Georgia's 10 and settled for a field goal. So, no, Georgia's defense is better for that than to allow Kentucky to hold on to the ball for basically a 10-minute drive.
You give Arkansas a chance, puncher's chance tonight against A&M?
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what kind of game we're going to get. I have no idea. A&M could win. The thing I didn't like, A&M lost Chapman, their wide receiver, who caught the game-tying touchdown against Florida on that long post pattern. They had already had a key receiver opt out, And it's kind of hurt that they looked very ordinary against Mississippi State. State was just that bad. But their offense, Kellen Mond came back to earth a little bit after an unbelievable game against Florida. So, yeah, I think Arkansas can kind of hang around. But it's a tough one. It's, as far as that 12-point spread, it's kind of a tough. I don't like either side.
Somebody asked me what I thought was an interesting question this week, because we watched Cincinnati score a touchdown here to go up 2 scores on Memphis. In maybe the only year that somebody outside the Power 5 could get into the playoff, because in any normal year, I just don't think that it's going to happen. If this was the year, if BYU and Cincinnati played on a neutral field, who would you take?
Hail Mary, Georgia got it.
Did they really?
I think they did, and the flag is offsides. Oh, no, they called it incomplete.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay, but offsides. Now, this
You're gonna get another play?
They lost Hot Rod, but this guy can kick for Georgia. He can make it from 55. So they had a free play on the offsides. There's the last play with 1 second.
Be 55 for the field goal?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Right around there.
All right, so Cincinnati and BYU on a neutral field. We're talking about 2 outside the Power 5 that could make a case. Who would you like in that game?
Toss up.
It really is, isn't it?
That's a great, I'm going to look it up right now.
Well, somebody asked me, I think it was Jacob asked me what I thought the point spread would be, and I said Cincinnati 2, but that was
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Well, tell me. I said you would know better.
I think BYU might be a slight 2 or 3 point favorite, but I'm looking it up as we speak, so it'll take me about a minute.
Zach Wilson, I think, would be the one difference. I think
he's much better than Rutter.
Yes, that's where BYU. But I think Cincinnati's better everywhere else. Okay, and the quarterback is a great equalizer. I get it. I don't know that either one of them can make the playoffs, but they're the 2 best options.
I don't know about if Cincinnati's better everywhere. BYU's stacked, man. You want to talk about we know they go on the missions to begin with, but they're like ridiculously old. Field goal for Georgia is no good. So I'll put the jinx on them.
7-3 at the Grigri.
Yeah. So BYU's so old, Charlie. And this guy was more of a runner. He's like he was giving up. He's scrambling around a lot. But, man, but it's no comparison in the resumes. Cincinnati's played so much tougher schedule than BYU will. And it's unfortunate. But BYU, I'm looking it up. Hold on. Here I got BYU.
I had Cincinnati as a 2-point favorite. Let me see how far I was off.
BYU is an 18. Thank God I got Blake Williamson to fix my eyes. And Cincinnati is a pick 'em.
Pick 'em. Okay.
Pick 'em.
Oh, I wasn't off too bad. That's about right.
These guys are really good on this chart. So
we'll take a break. We'll come back and give you keys to the V. That's next. Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
During these challenging times, we know your healthcare needs don't stop. Cancer, accidents, injuries, and heart disease are relentless. So we are relentlessly innovating to keep you safe, both virtually and in person, connecting you with providers remotely, advancing clinical spaces, providing rapid and accurate testing, social distancing, and certified cleaning protocols. We are Auctioner, and we will not slow down. Auctioner Health, innovating healthcare.
I can't tell you how many people tried to discourage me when I said, I'm opening up a haunted house. If you love doing something, don't let anything or anyone stand in your way.
How he comes up with this stuff in his head and designs it is mind-boggling.
Debbie and Home Bank understand my business and understand that it's not normal. They've worked with me since the beginning to help my business grow.
Oh, hey, what's up? It's Big D and Bubba, 100.7 The Tiger Morning Show. We'd love for you to join us every weekday, 4 a.m. till 9 a.m.
Yeah, everything you want in a show. Country music. We got laughs. We got celebrity in-studio guests. We just need you.
Join us every weekday morning, 4 a.m. to 9 a.m., right where it all started.
That's right. Louisiana's country station, 100.7 The Tiger.
Service Mastery Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact Service Mastery Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. Service Mastery Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what do you...
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Keys to the V. Presented by E-Tel Business. E-Tel Business. All fiber solutions at the speed of business.
Before we get to Keys to the V, the news out of Lafayette, good for LSU, and maybe a little bit surprising to the crystal ball analysis. Sage Ryan from Lafayette Christian has picked LSU, committed to LSU today. So, guy that, I'm sorry, they had to get. You got to get that guy.
You got to get him.
You got to get him. You got to get that guy, and they got him. So, big get.
All the recruiting enthusiasts can kind of exhale a little bit.
Big
Are they
get.
popping champagne?
Yes,
Huh?
I think that will relieve a lot of the angst. No, give Kevin Falk credit, okay? Alabama came hard after this kid. I mean, they came with everything that they got, and LSU held them off. So big get for the Tigers down there. All right, Jimmy Ott, Keys to the V. What say you?
I feel real strong about the keys to the V in this game. Okay. I want to see 24 wherever 18 is, not just on his side. They're going to try and move him around. He's got to be on him. I mean, he's just going to be wasted on whoever else he's guarding. I mean, it's just that simple. And also, they're going to want to run the ball. They have been running the ball. This guy's leading the conference in rushing. Crowd the box. Crowd the box, single up 24 and 18. I really can't understand what to approach it anywhere differently, Charlie.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. There, Stingley's got to have Williams because he's Auburn's best player, and he's the one guy that can really break the game open. So for me, it's the run game. They've got to limit Tank Bigsby. He's going to get his carries. He's going to get his yards. You can't let that guy have 25 carries for 145 yards today. If Bigsby is somewhere in the 18, 19 carries for 79 to 100 yards, and they're hard fought, and that's okay. He gets up 140, 150, LSU is going to be in some trouble. So you got to limit him. Limit the explosive plays. That's been a common theme throughout the entire week. Way too many explosive plays. Limit those. Offensively, get TJ Finley very comfortable. They did a great job of that a week ago. They gave him some things that he could complete early, got him into the flow of the game. That opening drive was absolutely beautiful, magnificently called by Steve Ensminger. And so do that. Now, on the other side, Kevin Steele knows that you're going to try to do that. They're going to take some things away, so you have to be ready to adjust. So it's the run game on both sides for me.
Talking about Bigsby, too. Every game, his rushes have gone up, 6, 8, 16 to 24 in all 4 games, and the yardage is going up, 15, 31, 111, 129, and 2 touchdowns last week as well. So more carries, more yardage, more touchdowns. It's just growing and growing and growing. You got to stop that trend.
All right, we hand it over to Matt Moscona and T-Bob Hebert on
glad you behaved
ESPN
yourself
Radio.
today.
Yeah, you too. And to the LSU Sports Radio Network on Eagle 98.1. We'll be back following the game, so enjoy LSU and Auburn. For Josh Ward, Paul O'Neill, for Jimmy Ott, I'm Charles Hanagriff. Thank you and good afternoon. Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
When morning came to Louisiana, we were hopeful, not hibernating. We were mending fences, feeding neighbors, and holding our kids. When morning came to Louisiana, we were wide awake, planting seeds for next year's crops. We were stronger, ready for what's next. And together, as we build anew, Blue Cross stands ready to support you.
Foundation failure is common in South Louisiana, and that's why homeowners here turn to a local company they can trust, WCK Foundation Repair.
WCK is the only company that specializes in drilled piers, the ideal solution for Louisiana's unique soil conditions. WCK is locally owned and operated by a group of professionals with years of experience.
Learn more about the signs of foundation failure on WCKFoundationRepair.com. Call for a free estimate. WCK Foundation Repair. Support the home team.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as a bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
Here at the Big Squeezy, we continue to serve the Baton Rouge and Southeast Louisiana areas during these troubling times. We are dedicated to providing you healthy food items to help you live your best life. From our cold-pressed juices to our delicious smoothies, let the Big Squeezy keep you going. Stay active, stay happy, and let us help you stay healthy. Visit us at our locations and also inside of Alexander's and Mathern's grocery stores or online at thebigsqueezy.com.
Now, the 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge scoreboard, presented by Gameday. Good for business, good for life. Live from the Mercedes-Benz of Baton Rouge studios. Here's Matt Moscona and T-Bob Hebert.
We are 2 hours from kickoff. LSU, Auburn. I'm Matt. He's an idiot. I'm Olaf. Your head is so shiny. Wow. Get you caught up with scores over the next 2 hours around college football as the early slate of games are underway, including the most interesting story of the day, which is the number one team in the country, sans Trevor Lawrence, is on the ropes. Matt and T-Bob, who is very much buying into the whole Halloween thing.
In summer. Have you got my normal game day polo on?
Do you
I'm
realize
Olaf in a Hawaiian shirt, which is a call out to Olaf's character in Frozen, as he's a snowman that yearns to be alive during summer, and I'm keeping alive my own game day tradition of wearing an LSU Hawaiian shirt. I feel like this is a win on every single front.
Okay. T-Bob's in a costume. I'm not.
But you do have a great Roni the Tiger shirt on. Shout out Day 18 campaign. Go, where can they enter to win?
RoniGoesPink.com. RONY. RoniGoesPink.com. And you can buy raffle tickets and support breast cancer awareness. So shout out to Whitney Bro and my friend Shelly Brown, Tom Play, who painted Roni the Tiger, which is the tiger on the shirt I'm wearing. Reflection of Tiger Stadium at night. Death Valley night.
Shout out to Olaf as well.
Indeed. All right. Let's get a look at what's going on in the top 25 around college football.
The Bluffs Casino College Football Scoreboard. The Magnolia Bluffs Casino Hotel in Natchez. It's not what you play, it's who you play with.
All right, as my follically challenged friend alluded to, Boston College is currently leading number one Clemson 21-10 with a minute left in the first half.
That's
shocking to say the very least. Clemson had an opportunity to tie this ball game, fumbled at the 1-yard line. Boston College returned it 97 yards for a score. Clemson has since added a field goal. So 21-10 with 2 minutes to play before half.
So I should have done my
exactly.
due diligence here, Matt, but I did not.
Shocking.
I know. How would you pronounce Clemson's starting quarterback's name?
Uiagalelei.
Well, shout out to Uiagalelei. Surprisingly, I opened his box score thinking that he might struggle. He's 16-19 for 180 and a score. So
the score was a screen pass to Travis Etienne on the right side that he caught. Housed, wasn't even touched.
Yeah, granted, that stat line does read a bit like they're setting him up easy decisions. Maybe they haven't sustained the longest drives.
They've not taken anything back from him. I mean, they're running their offense.
Oh.
So he's played quite well.
How do you say it again, DJ?
Uiagalelei.
Uiagalelei.
So Clemson does have the ball with 1:07 to go before the half, and they were trying to draw Boston College off sides. They did not jump, and so forgive me. Boston College has the ball. They did draw Clemson off sides, so it looks like Boston College is going to get a first down, trying to get points here before half, leading 21-10.
All right, BC. At halftime, this is kind of surprising to me. Number 5, Georgia 7. That sounded terrible. Georgia 7, Kentucky 3.
Stetson Bennett is 4 of 7 for 74 yards and a pick. He's just not a very good quarterback.
No.
You would think they'd load up with Zamir White, which they have, 11 carries for 64 yards, but it has been really tough sledding. The other story of that game is Kentucky is starting Joey Gatewood at quarterback, who's the former Auburn quarterback, and transferred to Kentucky this year with Terry Wilson injured, wrist injury out, so Kentucky's playing a backup quarterback who was a very highly regarded quarterback a year ago at Auburn.
Oh, man, I bet you Georgia wishes they could find a very highly regarded quarterback. Georgia fans, welcome to an improved version of LSU in the 2010s. At halftime, number 7, Cincinnati currently leads Memphis 21-10.
It's just relevant, obviously, because Cincinnati is vying for the New Year's 6 spot from the group of 5.
With 2 minutes left in the first half, right under 2 minutes, Michigan State bouncing back. So a tale of 2 games for both these teams as Michigan State leads Michigan 14-10, despite Michigan smashing Minnesota last week and Michigan State getting beaten by Rutgers.
7 turnovers for Michigan State a week ago against Rutgers. They have righted that ship here in the second game under Mel Tucker. But still, as you mentioned, just a couple of minutes before half there.
Oh, and don't look now, but Chris Kleeman getting clobbered by my West Virginia Mountaineers. Right now, the 16th ranked Kansas State Wildcats trailing Neil Brown's West Virginia Mountaineers 24-3 with 3 minutes left in the first half. Let's go, Mountaineers.
The most impressive part of West Virginia with Neil Brown
is the defense,
has
right?
been the defense. They are. I need to check the stats after last week finished, see if they're still the number 1 defense. But if they're not, they're right there as far as in the running for number 1 overall defense in college football.
I can drink through this mask. As you were just talking about whatever you were talking about, I just realized I can drink through this mask. It's what a day. What a blessed day we are in. At halftime, number 20, Coastal Carolina, the Chanticleers. Matt, don't do it to him. Chanticleers, 34-0, dude.
Chanticleers.
Chanticleers. Excusez-moi, Matthew. How about the Chants? They are quite impressive, no?
I guess it is worth mentioning that Coastal Carolina remains undefeated. And if you're looking at the group of 5 spot in the New Year's 6, Coastal Carolina is still undefeated. So they're in the running, at least for now.
So I'm sure you saw the Indiana postgame last week, which was a really nice timeout. Did you see the Coastal Carolina postgame where they had a fake Stone Cold and then somebody dressed up as a Georgia Southern Golden Eagle? They not only put him on a table and had somebody jump and elbow drop him through the table, they did a crossface, it was a full wrestling match. I've never seen anything like it.
Cool.
And boys are having fun, dude.
Great. Really cool.
Boys from the coast.
Awesome. Next.
I would love to dress up as a Chanticleer. With 40 seconds left in the first half. Number 23, Iowa State. Kansas is losing. No surprise. Iowa State's beating Kansas 20-7.
I don't think Kansas is going to win a game.
No, it certainly doesn't feel like it. Later today at 2:30, you got number 4 Notre Dame at Georgia Tech. 2:30, you got number 17 Indiana at Rutgers. Okay, a couple surprise winners here. Squared up here in the week after their surprise win. At 3 p.m., Texas at Oklahoma State. Obviously, this is intriguing because Oklahoma State's number 6 in the country right now. At 5 p.m., you got number 25 Boise State squaring up with Air Force. At 6, number 2 Alabama will play host to Mississippi State. KJ Costello is going to wreck him just like he did LSU. At 6:30, number 3 Ohio State at number 18 Penn State. Also at 6:30, you love him, the Hogs, Arkansas, taking on 8th-ranked Texas A&M. Blah. At 6:30 tonight, Missouri at Florida. Florida's back, baby. 2 weeks off. Let's see how fresh they look. You got Navy, SMU. Shout out SMU, 22 in the country. At 7, number 15, North Carolina travels to Virginia. Also in that slot, number 24, Oklahoma travels to Texas Tech. You got Western Kentucky at 9:15. There you go, Matt. You like a little late-night football. You watch a little Zach Wilson and BYU host Western Kentucky. And Wisconsin and Nebraska got
Have you looked at Zach Wilson's stats?
Yes. I like to just look at them every now and then. They're really dumb.
Bonkers.
He's not still averaging 14 yards per attempt, is he?
It's right in front of me right now. BYU 6-0. Zach Wilson, through 6 games, has thrown for 1,928 yards and 16 touchdowns through 6 games.
So, obviously, Steve Ensminger is an incredible offensive coordinator. That's been proven. But, Coach E, whenever he does decide to hang it up, whenever that is, Grimy has to be, near the top of the list for who you're calling.
No.
Jeff Grimes?
No.
Wow, what a bum, dude. I thought we were in line on that take.
Nope.
Well, we got through the scoreboard.
All right, that is our top 25 scoreboard as we keep an eye. Boston College added a touchdown.
Wow.
It is 28-10. So Boston College was lining up for a field goal with about a minute to go in the half, and they faked as they ran up to the line as if they were going to fake the field goal. Drew Clemson offsides. They got the first down, and on the offsides penalty, scored. It's now 28-10. Boston College on top of Clemson with 40 seconds to go in the first half. Something's brewing there in Clemson, South Carolina. So we'll certainly be keeping our eye on that over the next 2 hours while we're here with you. Do you have something?
Does Clemson still rush the field if they lose?
I don't know.
I guess it's only if they win.
I don't know if
Actually, they probably don't rush it at all nowadays, do they?
Yeah, there's nobody there. Well, there's some people there, though.
There you
Shout out to Boru Ramen and Poke in Electric Depot just down the street from us. They're feeding our crew here today. We appreciate the guys. Same people that brought us Ichiban. That is Boru. You think of ramen, you think of like the 50-cent packets when you're in college.
This ain't college, boys. This is real ramen.
They hand make every noodle in-house.
You were telling me. How long
they have a noodle room. Like, so you can actually watch when you go in, you can watch them
I have a
hand
noodle
make
room too, but it's something completely
You're so
different.
Inappropriate. They hand make every noodle, and then the broth. It's a 30-hour process to cook the broth.
Damn.
It's an explosion of flavor. Y'all check it out. If you don't know where Electric Depot is, if you're coming on I-10 to 110 North, you exit Government Street, you go to the right, you go through that first light, and it's the big red building on the big development on the left. You can't miss it. So park there, go and check out Boru. Get you some ramen, y'all. It will change your life. It's a concept unlike anything else in Baton Rouge. So go check out our friends at Boru. We appreciate them for feeding our crew here today. We will knock out a quick break, come back, we'll get you up to date with what happens here in the end of the first half with Clemson and Boston College, and we'll get you an SEC scoreboard. Stick around. It is the Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank.
I can't tell you how many people tried to discourage me when I said, I'm opening up a haunted house. If you love doing something, don't let anything or anyone stand in your way.
How he comes up with this stuff in his head and designs it is mind-boggling.
Debbie and Home Bank understand my business and understand that it's not normal. They've worked with me since the beginning to help my business grow.
Service Master Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact Service Master Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. Service Master Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one, but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motors you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front to Back Boat Services.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals, but many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life. On 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
All right, back on the Scoreboard Show, presented by Home Bank. Glad to have you aboard with us. Here, 7 seconds to half. Clemson did add a field goal, so it's 28-13. Boston College leading Clemson as they're about to head down. You like the circle of life. You're going to have to take off your Olaf head to eat.
We are blessed on this day. Well, all this does is stop me from pulling an odd eating on air. So it's actually a bit of a happy circumstance, I would say. But, oh, my God, this ramen.
I know, right?
The shishito peppers, I think it was that we just had.
Yep.
The kurogagi chicken. I can't remember what it was called, but that chicken, that whatever that like a potato starch fried chicken with the mayonnaise dip and then this ramen. I mean, this is it's good stuff. It's very good stuff. Very good stuff. Thank you.
I'm going to distract you.
I'm all flustered and distracted. That's what I'm saying. How am I supposed to talk about football now? I just want to get back to commercials so I can eat more.
Again, shout out to Boru for Boru Ramen Noodle and Poke Bar for providing lunch for the crew today. Make sure you get by the Electric Depot and shout out the new concept there from our friends over at Itchy Bonds. Awesome. Y'all check it out. We appreciate Ronnie and Patrick for feeding us today. All right, SEC Scoreboard. Let's hit it.
The Luba Workers Comp College Football Scoreboard. Luba Workers Comp. Genuine dependability.
All right. We mentioned just a little while ago that it was 7-3. It looks like Georgia has scored a rushing touchdown here at the beginning of the third quarter as I am burping up delicious food in the middle of this update. It's 13-3 pending an extra point right now. Georgia leads Kentucky.
Attaboy. Now you're more like that than you know.
Exactly. Yeah.
Zamir White with the rushing touchdown is what gave Georgia. It was a 22-yard touchdown run by Samir White. So Georgia takes the opening kickoff of the second half, punches it in. They lead Kentucky 14-3. They're on the road in Lexington.
So that is the only active SEC game right now, but a fun slate.
Got a really busy afternoon and evening tonight.
Yeah. And some games I'm interested in. First off, obviously, LSU Auburn at 2:30 p.m. I don't know about you, Matt. I really like LSU in this matchup. The only thing that gives me hesitance is how mind-numbingly short of expectations they've fallen a couple times this season. Mm-hmm. But I saw a lot less confusion last week. I saw some improvement defensively, and I saw like the things that are still left to fix are so fundamental that it's either a red flag or it's a good sign because you can like definitely fix it. I mean, the main thing I would say for this game, just keep contained. If you have contained, don't dive on the inside making a play. Keep contained. These are the type of baby steps that we are taking with this LSU defense right now. The goal for today, this is like Sesame Street. The goal for today is to keep contained, kids, okay? And then play your gap, and things will go your way. Put it on Bo Nix to try and beat you.
Tank Bigsby's a really good running back.
Yes, I'm terrified of him.
And Bo Nix can absolutely run the ball and hurt you as well. What's really interesting is that Gus Malzahn all these years has run the football. He hires Chad Morris, and Chad Morris wants to throw the ball. And they got a quarterback that throws it to the wrong team too much. So I'm really curious to see what the game plan is from Auburn against an LSU defense, which is miserable. What do you do? Like, if you drop back and try to throw, I mean, there have been plays to be had, Mississippi State and certainly Missouri towards LSU. I'd like to think that maybe they figured a few things out there in the secondary. Probably not. I don't have any expectation for LSU's defense. I think LSU's going to win the game today, but this is going to be a game in the 30s. I mean, it's just LSU can't stop anybody.
You think Auburn will get in the 30s?
Yes.
Yeah.
LSU's defense stinks, T-Bob.
No,
like,
I know.
They stink. We just have to accept that. It's not that they can't improve. It's not that they won't get better next year. They don't have the personnel to be good. The linebacker play isn't good, and the defensive line play is good, and they've lost so many guys. They're not going to be elite. So
no, I agree that they're not going to be
like
elite.
Auburn with Tank Bigsby and with Bo Nix as athletic as they are, they're going to score, man. Of course they're going to score. We're going to be sitting, dude, in 2 hours, we're going to be sitting here on the scoreboard show. We'll be like, oh, look at Finley, man. Let him on a touchdown drive. Good. And the LSU's defense is going to go out on the field, and Tank Bigsby is going to rip off a 50-yarder around in on the first play.
And
that's what's going to happen.
And that's all well and good. But what I'm saying is that if you look at against South Carolina, how's LSU's defense had success? It was very much they played good situational football at times, right? And everything is graded on an LSU defense 2020 scale, where you got to understand we're working from like the worst defense that I've ever seen.
Yes.
But they got off the field on third down, right, when they had to. The pass rush remains a strength. And what I like about that is that when you watch South Carolina, Auburn, South Carolina got home with their pass rush quite a bit. And they made Bo Nix feel very uncomfortable, and it forced him into a lot of mistakes. South Carolina did not get home on LSU. Credit to LSU's offensive tackles. But it tells me that, like LSU, there are areas that they can exploit to where, Tank's going to get his, this and that. But if you can come up with the big stops on third down, hold them to field goals, they have forced a lot of turnovers this year. That's where I see LSU potentially having success on that side of the ball. Now, all of this, in my opinion, because, yes, how do you take Tank Bigsby out of the game? TJ Finley and the offense have to try to somehow do what they did last week and help you build a lead and try to force as much of the game as possible through Bo Nix, and I think you will come out on top if that is the case.
LSU's defense stinks. Lower your expectations. Try to win a score fest. By the way, Kentucky just ripped off about a 30-yard run there at midfield. So 14-3 Georgia on top of Kentucky, but Kentucky's marching.
At 3 p.m. today, you got Ole Miss at Vandy.
Vandy won't win a game this year. I think this might be actually Ole Miss's last opportunity to win a game this year. Sorry to the Ole Miss people in the room.
They don't care. I mean, it's still exciting for them, right?
It is, and they got completely hosed against Auburn last week, but...
Well, okay, but I would like to say also, if we're just balancing the karmic scales here.
And I think they can beat Mississippi State, too.
There was a phantom holding call on Tank Bigsby's badass kick return for a touchdown.
Okay.
So I'm just saying,
No, I'm with you. Listen, you can't... listen, I'm the guy that believes very much in the butterfly effect, right? You change one thing, everything changes. Play call sequencing, everything changes. So I'm with you on that. But if all else is equal, up until the final 4 minutes, when very clearly... Auburn touched the football. Ole Miss recovered in the end zone. They should have had, I presume they would have gone for 2 to have a 9-point lead. And then if they get it, they win the game. If not, Auburn needs to go score with 2 points.
Butterfly effect, right? It's like plastic was invented in 1905. And then a few years ago, Arkansas gets a 4th and 25 to stop Ole Miss from ever going to the SEC championship because they'll never go ever again. That's how that works, right?
Ever again would imply that they've been.
That's fair. At 6 p.m., Mississippi State at Alabama. I'm sure this is going to be good.
Remember earlier this week, Kylan Hill, the great running back from Mississippi State, opted out for the remainder of the season, and they had 3 more players this week opt out. And then Mike Leach, in his media availability, said, I believe the exact quote was, "I would be shocked if there weren't more." So, I mean, it's
Leach keeps it
bad.
real. Leach is paid. He's like, the guys are leaving. I'd be shocked if more did. I don't know.
Yeah.
At 6:30 p.m. tonight, everybody's favorite SEC darling, the Hogs at Texas A&M.
Curious if they can give the Aggies a game. Remember, this is a game.
This is always a game.
This is normally a game, though, that's played in Jerry World every year. But obviously with COVID, they've moved it on campus. So this game is in College Station. And this has been one of those games where it's always like the 11 a.m. game in Jerry World, and it feels like A&M's better, but they kind of sleepwalk through it. And then Arkansas ends up in a really close game with Texas A&M. I don't think this is going to be that. Both teams were off a week ago. Both teams have only played 4 games this year. So I think A&M's better. And I know we talked about this last week, but the team that has the best opportunity, the clearest path
it sucks.
to be the second SEC team potentially in a playoff is actually Texas A&M.
Yeah.
Because effectively they would be following the same path that Alabama followed in 2017.
Yeah,
where
the SEC championship will.
You don't play in the SEC championship game, but if Bama wins the SEC championship, the East loser doesn't get in the playoff. The team that doesn't play in the SEC championship, A&M, would be that team. So you look at the schedule, T. I mean, look at A&M's schedule moving forward.
I hate it. I don't even like playing this game. But
they got Arkansas, at South Carolina, at Tennessee, Ole Miss, the home game against LSU.
That's a big one.
And then they finish up at Auburn.
Wow.
So, I mean, they're going to be favored, I think, in every game
all of those
remaining.
teams actually look, not just beatable, but worse than A&M right now. I mean, LSU would feel like the biggest hope there. But hopefully you just kind of, winning games you're favored in for an entire year is hard.
No doubt.
matter who you are. And
No
so
doubt.
we'll
Especially
see
this year.
if Jimbo and company can pull it off. I just I have fully adopted the irrational confidence in Arkansas in every game this year. I'm fully on board. Call the Pigs with Pittman and Odom and the entire crew. Dude.
Undeniably playing well. Like that's a game where if you're an LSU fan, you kind of look and you go, you better not sleep. Like you better not sleep. LSU better not sleep on anybody.
They got old boy had like 19 tackles last game and a pick 6. At 6:30 p.m. today, Florida's back. Feels like they've been gone forever. Yep. Mizzou, another team that I'm a bit intrigued by right now. Mizzou traveling to the Swamp to take on Florida.
Not intrigued.
Basilek's pretty good, dude.
The only thing I think that might be interesting about this game is, Florida with unexpected having 2 weeks off. It's kind of like pushing reset on the season. We actually don't know what players are going to be available and who won't. That's another really intriguing underlying story here.
So we don't know anything like Trask, Pitts, anybody like that?
Well, I presume those guys are going to play, but who is available and who isn't when you had...
I just named the only 40 Florida players.
Oh, got it.
And then Tony. Tony's in there as well.
Yeah, Tony.
Kadarius Tony.
Yeah, sure. Got it. Sure.
And is there a Cavassier Smoke in there, I believe?
No, that's Kentucky.
Alas.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
You went too hard at it.
I did, but better to have tried and failed than never tried at all. I remember my old 7th grade science teacher had a poster on the wall, shoot for the moon. Even if you miss, you'll land among the stars, which is kind of patently untrue, given the stars are way farther away than the moon. And I would surely be dead by the amount of time it would take me to travel through the vacuum of space to said stars. But the sentiment remains sound, even if the science does not.
Or the other saying about sit there in an Olaf costume and let people believe you're an idiot. Better to do that than open your mouth and remove all doubt. Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank.
To the heroes who are working tirelessly to care for our communities, we thank you. We will never forget the countless hours you dedicated on the front lines, choosing to risk your own health to fight for our friends, neighbors, and family members.
I mean, you guys are out on the front lines, fighting it.
We are grateful for your heroic acts and unwavering spirit. Together, we are overcoming this adversity and make our state healthier and more vibrant again. Ochsner Health.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and 7 have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast office products.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. ServiceMaster Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front to Back Boat Services.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life on 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
Rolling along here, Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank. The first block of games, all of them into the second half, most of them, I should say, into the second half, is getting you set to go with your day of college football. LSU and Auburn, 90 minutes from kickoff on the Plains. You got a great LSU Auburn memory?
Yes.
2008 be it? Were you playing in that game? Or were you hurt?
Yeah. No. I was still rocking number 49.
Yeah.
I was playing fullback. I'm actually surprised you don't remember, because I
the kickoff.
I probably made one of the greatest plays of all time when in the 2008 game, after an early touchdown, I took a squib kick 13 yards back. Almost housed it.
I don't remember it at all.
Check the tape.
I was
Almost
at the
housed
game.
it.
I don't remember it at all, but you have told me about that.
I will tell you, the amount of adrenaline that starts pumping into your body as a fat guy when you see that ball and you're like, oh, it's coming here.
Yeah.
Like you hear like firemen talk about fighting fires, how times like slows down sometimes. That's one of the most time slowing effects I've ever had in my entire life.
Did you catch it cleanly?
Yeah, scoop that thing up because we practice it all the time. So, prior practice prevents poor performance. And I scooped that thing up 13 yards and I didn't hit the ground. I tried to run through that first guy. They always told us fat guys to just hit the ground instead of making contact with somebody, but no, I was going for glory.
Were you like two hands over the ball? Like
high and tight. Scooped it up high and tight, and then when I made contact, covered up with the second hand.
Yeah, good.
I mean, it was practice, dude. You gotta be clear though. It's a center.
How'd they get you down?
Nobody touches the balls more than me.
Chopped your legs?
No, I mean my running through the guy was like basically like falling into him with my shoulder. I don't know if I kept my feet moving.
Got it.
I was very excited. You would have thought though, even though we were losing 7-0, I felt like I'd won the Super Bowl. It was an incredible memory.
Cool. And then
Jarrett Lee became National Offensive Player of the Week when he led us on a sick comeback after Andrew Hatch got knocked out, which if we want to give thanks on this Halloween day, look at LSU's quarterback situation now, and then understand that in 2008, that was Harvard's third-string quarterback that transferred to LSU, had a buddy on the Harvard team, and he started at Auburn for the defending national champion LSU Tigers.
Yeah. And then Jarrett Lee came in, threw the game-winning touchdown pass to Brandon LaFell, front right corner of the end zone.
Keelan Williams had a touchdown pass that
I was
game?
going to say, wasn't Keelan a lefty? Didn't he roll
I think so,
and
yeah.
throw?
Yeah, I'm almost positive. Oh, I don't know if I'm almost positive, but
I want to say not Jared Mitchell, Chris Mitchell.
Yeah, Chris Mitchell.
Caught the touchdown, didn't he?
Yep, I believe that's correct.
That day in 2008, I was sitting in literally the last seat of Jordan-Hare Stadium. When I say literally, I mean I was in the upper deck, in the last row, in the last two seats in the corner.
Oh, so you were like, the literal corner.
Literal top of the upper deck, last row, last two seats corner.
How was it?
You know what was good about it? There was so much space between the back row, the back bleacher, and the concrete wall, that comes up this high.
You kind of run around a little bit?
You had so much space. Yeah, and you had nobody behind you. It wasn't terrible.
Bunch of activities.
Is there that much difference between being there and being 10 rows up?
No. I feel you. I mean, I like to move around as well. How about this?
Space.
Speaking of Auburn LSU memories,
Big Ten scoreboard.
Do you realize?
The Gulf Coast Bank College Football Scoreboard. Gulf Coast Bank and Trust Company. The bank that cares about you.
Chuck P, you got to be ready for it. Whenever T-Bob starts talking, I'm probably just going to cue you for a scoreboard.
What's the record in this series since 2003?
Let's see. I don't know it offhand, but I could definitely do the math real quick.
No, I don't think you need to math it out, but I don't know if people realize how dominant LSU's been from 2003 on. This series is 11-4.
So
since 2003.
Auburn won in 4, 6, and 10, and then in 16, the last game Les won.
Yeah.
Or last game Les coached in.
Yeah, and then every other one's been LSU. Yeah. How about that? All right, Big Ten scoreboard. Michigan has the ball here at the beginning of the second half, but Michigan is still trailing their in-state rival, Michigan State, 14.
See, why don't you just tell everybody everything you know about football, and I'll just take the segment off and eat my Bo Roo ramen.
All right. Well, Jim Harbaugh.
Tell me about...
they beat P.J. Fleck in Minnesota.
I'll give you an easy one. Tell everybody about Michigan's quarterback.
He had a hell of a game last week.
Yeah, what's his name?
He's struggling to find his way today.
Yeah, what's his name? Oh, hurry, search. Yeah.
No, I'm looking up the Purdue-Illinois score. So what did you want? You want to know about Jay Milton?
That would be Joe Milton.
Well, I'm a big, my name's T.
Oh, you just did the initial?
My name's
J?
T-Bob.
You went J period Milton?
I only recognize the first letter of, I only recognize the first letter of people's names. I mean, my name is T-Bob, so,
right.
it makes sense.
For real, though, this is a nice bounce back for Michigan State. They were embarrassed a week ago in losing to Rutgers. They turned it over 7 times and then twice on down. So really 9 turnovers in that ball game. They were embarrassed. Mel Tucker, remember former Georgia assistant Mel Tucker, who took the job at Colorado and then left Colorado for Michigan State. Bumpy debut, obviously, and now on the road in Ann Arbor. This is always competitive, man, and Michigan State really has had Michigan's number of late, and it looks like so far they're ready to play. So Michigan State leading 14-10. Michigan got the ball to start the second half. They punt after going 3 and out. So now it was a terrible punt. Michigan State has the ball around the Michigan, around their own 40-ish. So, excuse me, a really good field position here for Michigan State. As they have
you got to love
lead.
Rocky Lombardi in this spot, don't you?
Do you?
2 touchdowns on the day. What a last name. What says football player more than, for real, what says football player more than the name Rocky Lombardi?
that is a first ballot all-name Hall of Fame.
Dick Butkus.
Hell yeah, exactly. I mean, Rocky's right there, right next to him.
T-Bob, that Purdue score is 24-10 Purdue with 8:47 left in the third.
Oh, thank you, Chuck. See, I would give Matt distract me with the quarterback talk and whatnot. Actually, that is different than what I had on the screen. So Purdue 24, Illinois 10. Nothing. I mean, you have anything on that game?
It's on the Big Ten Network, so we can't see it. So.
Tight.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I didn't think so. At 2:30 p.m. today.
Lovie Smith.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like lamenting the fact how much money Lovie Smith. Whatever. Number 17.
Nice win for Purdue last week. I mean, without Braum.
Yeah.
I mean, that was, Braum was out with COVID, and a nice win for them without their head coach a week ago.
Number 17, Indiana, fresh
Iowa.
off beating Penn State on one of the coolest stretch plays I've ever seen. They will travel to New Jersey to take on the Schiano men.
I'm interested, right?
Rutgers.
I mean, this is a game that everybody thought you'd have two 0-1 teams.
Yeah,
right? You would have certainly
dude.
thought that Penn State would have beaten Indiana and that Michigan State would have beaten Rutgers, but both teams are 1-0. Tom Allen is the head coach at Indiana, who, if you remember, was defensive coordinator at Ole Miss.
Yes, I knew that, but thank you for reminding the audience.
So Indiana's also got a new starting quarterback with Michael Penix Jr. Their starting quarterback from a year ago transferred to Northwestern, is now the starting quarterback. So, interesting. What?
I'm just doing the math there.
So Penix beat out, I'm blanking on the kid's name. It'll hit me.
Doesn't matter. Northwestern's quarterback.
Hang on, now I'm interested. Peyton Ramsey.
P. Ramsey.
So Peyton Ramsey left Indiana, went to Northwestern. He's a starting quarterback, where Northwestern beat Maryland, blew them out last week. So Northwestern maybe has a quarterback now with Peyton Ramsey. But anyway, I am curious to see about Indiana. They're ranked now. It was a nice win last week at home against Penn State.
And they were good last year.
Let's see if they can maybe keep this rolling on the road today against Rutgers. And then the other part of that, too, is Schiano. I mean, I told you before, Schiano knows how to win at Rutgers. I mean, it's different now that you're in the Big Ten, but
I mean, law of transitive sports properties here. Michigan State 14, Michigan 10. Michigan beats up on Minnesota. Rutgers beats up on Michigan State. Is Michigan State better than both Michigan teams?
No.
And Minnesota?
Michigan State is, however, lining up for a field goal. It is good. So Michigan State now leading Michigan by 7. It's 17-10, 12:26 to play in the third quarter.
Speaking of improved quarterback play, whoever Matt was just talking about, Northwestern at Iowa.
That's Peyton Ramsey, former
P. Ramsey, yeah.
Well, I guess the interesting thing is, so Peyton Ramsey was an established quarterback, and then he loses his job to Michael Penix. So it's like you would assume Penix is really good, and Ramsey went, and it beat Maryland 43-3 last week. So Northwestern, a nice bounce back as well, maybe this year at Northwestern.
They were horrible last year.
They were. And the odd thing about Northwestern a year ago is they started so slow, and they had a lot of winnable games that they just couldn't finish.
What was the quote? Undefeated in practice that he kind of got clowned on, and I kind of remember what Fitzgerald was trying to say, but as they were 0-6, he was like, yeah, but we're undefeated at practice. This team practices really well.
I mean, there were just some games, they lost. I'm looking at their schedule from a year ago. They lost Nebraska 13-10. They lost a 24-22 game. There were just some games there where they just started. They lost to Stanford to start the season 17-7 in the Smart Guy Bowl. They just had some opportunities early. They did, and it's kind of spiraled on them.
Oh wow! On 4th and 1 in the Clemson game, Uiagalelei takes it.
Uiagalelei. DJ. Just say DJ.
DJ Uiagalelei takes it for a 30-yard touchdown. Little zone read. He pulls it, heads around the edge, pinning the extra point. Boston College now leads 28-19. So Clemson with a huge play on 4th and 1 too.
Do you have any doubt that Clemson's going to come back and win this game?
No.
Yeah, right? I mean, it's good on Boston College. They had a big lead, and it's not going to hold. But Boston College, good on them. I mean, there's still a long way to go. There's 12 minutes to play in the third quarter. So Clemson's going to rally, and they're going to win this game, and they're going to. But good on Boston College for actually having a pulse and apparently, improving.
I went to a game in BC once.
Okay.
Is Kirk Friends in Iowa worth talking about at all?
I mean, they lost last week.
At 6:30 p.m. tonight.
To Purdue without their coach.
I think Game Day was here today, weren't they? Number 3, Ohio State taking on number 18, Penn State. Going to be weird to see this game. Almost nobody in the stands, but that's what you will see. nonetheless.
Yeah, if that were a whiteout condition type game, I think you'd probably see that line a lot smaller. Talked about this on Friday with Phil Steele on AFR. And he referenced that Urban Meyer told him that in his estimation, a whiteout condition at Penn State is worth 10 points. He said it was the hardest environment he ever played in. Keep in mind, this is a guy that coached at Florida when Florida was playing in Tiger Stadium in 2007 and some of those games. So that's a pretty bold statement for what the environment is like going to Penn State. And the results of that series have played out. It's in their last 4 meetings, the result hasn't been more than one game. I think was a 10-point spread, but 4-3-1. I mean, it's been really tight.
But Ohio
ball
State
games.
keeps pulling it out, right?
Yeah. So I'm interested if this could be the opportunity for Penn State to, if they can keep this close. Remember that Penn State did beat Ohio State, blew them out a few years ago, if you remember, and that was the year where Penn State though didn't get in the playoff despite winning that game.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Was it after the Ohio State Natty?
It was after the hour. It was maybe 2 years after.
Okay. I'll look it up. Wisconsin, Nebraska tonight?
Canceled.
You're right.
Stay hot, T.
Should have read that more carefully. And then last night, in overtime, Maryland beats Minnesota 45-44. Oh, no.
What?
What's going on with my guy, Peach?
What a great rally for Maryland if you missed it. Maryland was down. Well, first of all, Maryland was up 14 early in that game.
Yes.
Minnesota rallied, took the lead, and then Maryland from that point, like in the fourth quarter, outscored Minnesota 17-0. They got a late score with like 3 minutes to go to tie it and to send it to overtime. And then in overtime, Minnesota missed the PAT. That's how Maryland won by a point.
This game also featured the very rare Freezing Cold Takes Twitter account having a freezing cold take.
Oh, really?
Yes. A bunch of people were, one guy tweeted about like how, it's time to think about Minnesota being bad. And then so when Minnesota goes on that run, Freezing Cold Takes actually like tweeted him with like, it was like, look at this. And then he's like, look at this at the end of the game. And he Freezing Cold Takes. It was crazy.
He retweeted him his own freezing cold take?
Yes. He retweeted them freezing cold taking him and throw it at them because they deleted. You get the point. Yeah. It was like freezing cold takeception.
Got it.
It's awesome.
You done?
Did you watch Mandalorian last night?
Damn it.
I know, but it's still, you can watch it whenever you know.
So someone bet me the over-under on you mentioning Mandalorian.
Well, you got Jay in here, I got Chucky in here.
You know what the over-under was?
What was I supposed to do?
The over-under was 7 minutes, and I took the under.
Oh, okay. Well, look at me.
That's why I was upset.
Maturity for moi. That's 44 minutes in to the show. Shout out me. It's really good, though.
It is Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank. Keeping an eye on the games going around. So Michigan down 7 to Michigan State. 10 minutes to play there in the third quarter. Michigan with the ball. As you mentioned, Clemson inching closer to, yes?
I want to say this, too. How about Talia Tagovailoa? Maryland's quarterback.
Yep. You didn't watch any of that game, did you?
No. I told you I was watching Mandalorian and stuff.
Why don't you just watch your nears there, your ears, your mountain ears?
What?
It's right there. West Virginia.
Oh, I thought you were talking about my mask that I have on. My mountain ears are fine. Chris Kleeman's a bum.
Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank.
During times of trouble, hope keeps us calm, and courage keeps us strong. Here in Louisiana, we know this better than most. After all, we faced hardship, but hurricanes and floods never washed away what makes us strong. It's our culture, the spirit of resilience that says rise and rise up again. We'll make it through the tough times, we always do. And Blue Cross will always be here to support you.
Foundation failure is common in South Louisiana, and that's why homeowners here turn to a local company they can trust, WCK Foundation Repair.
WCK is the only company that specializes in drilled piers, the ideal solution for Louisiana's unique soil conditions. WCK is locally owned and operated by a group of professionals with years of experience.
Learn more about the signs of foundation failure on WCKFoundationRepair.com. Call for a free estimate. WCK Foundation Repair. Support the home team.
I can't tell you how many people tried to discourage me when I said, I'm opening up a haunted house. If you love doing something, don't let anything or anyone stand in your way.
How he comes up with this stuff in his head and designs it is mind-boggling.
Debbie and Home Bank understand my business and understand that it's not normal. They've worked with me since the beginning to help my business grow.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals, but many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge, innovating healthcare for Kelly.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life, on 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
Glad to have you back with us here on the Scoreboard Show, presented by Home Bank. Another shout out to our friends over at Boru who fed the crew. Yeah.
I'm sitting here with Jay Ducote. Shout out Government Taco. Let's go. Opening Tuesday, Election Day. Go vote and get tacos. And how do you get this? Is like a cookie,
yeah,
but it's soft, kind of, but in a good way. And then it's got Nutella on the inside. I don't even really understand how you bake that sort of thing.
So that's from Sweet Society. So earlier this week, I went over to Boru. So really quick, and then we'll get into the Big 12 Scoreboard. Ichiban, who's been a longtime sponsor on AFR.
Yep.
Love Ichiban.
You know, you should do a T-Bob roll, but that's fine. That's cool. Continue.
Would it make you like fat and lazy and
full of mayonnaise and cream cheese and all the other American non-sushi things that I love in my sushi? Yeah.
Just wouldn't make any sense at all. Right. Makes sense. Okay. So anyway, Ichiban has a new concept. It's called Boru. It's in Electric Depot, which is just down the street from us on Government. If you know the old Entergy building.
Yeah.
That they've turned into this big development. There's going to be apartments, like a mixed-use thing. Anyway, it's fantastic. If you go 110 North, you exit Government, you go to the right through the first light. It's a big building on your left.
Can't miss it.
You can't miss it. The tough part is there isn't like a big sign from the road. You just got to look.
Unless you missed it. I mean, then you could, I guess.
But it's a big red building on the left. You can't miss it. Anyway, so when you go into Boru, they have a hallway. Where the bathrooms are, and it leads into a sweet shop.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's like a speakeasy for sweets?
No. It's called Sweet Society.
You put in the secret code in the phone? And
It's all the same building, but basically the space was so big to where they took the part that could have basically been the main entrance, the host stand, foyer type area, and turned that into Sweet Society. And Sweet Society has things like, Japanese ice cream and those cookies that you're talking about. So Sweet Society
probably got mochi over there.
So you can walk basically interchangeably between the two. So you can go eat dinner at Boru and just like walk down the hall into Sweet Society.
Well, shout out Sweet Society because this fish cookie with the Nutella. Well, you shouldn't say it's a fish-shaped cookie.
Yeah.
It's delicious.
Yes, it is.
What a fish cookie tastes like. That's just wild.
I know. Scoreboard Show presented by
the Magnolia Bluffs Casino College Football Scoreboard. The Magnolia Bluffs Casino Hotel in Natchez. It's not what you play, it's who you play with.
I don't have headphones on, so I'm going to go. Number 16, Kansas State, still trailing.
Maybe you should
my
take
Mountaineers,
off the stupid freaking hat.
24-10. It's not a hat. It's a mask. It's actually more of a head, to be fair. It's a giant Olaf head, and I love it. And it's surprisingly and shockingly comfortable to do radio in. But what, dude, come on. You ready to give Neil Brown some love, bro?
I think Neil Brown's a good coach.
Yeah. You know what I was talking about this morning? The most impressive part about West Virginia is actually their defense. I don't know if you've looked this up, but if you look up like the national leaderboards, West Virginia is actually like top 5 in almost everything. So shout out Neil Brown and that Mountaineer defense. A place traditionally known for offense in the Dana Holgorsen era. Times are changing in West Virginia.
Who's their quarterback?
Doge, our boy, Jay Dagey. I still don't know his first name. Jared?
It's Jarrett.
Tomato.
His brother Seth Dagey was the quarterback at North Texas.
Yeah, I remember old SD.
No, you don't.
7:13 left in the third.
If you didn't, I'm curious about this. If you didn't do this show with me every Saturday,
yeah,
what would you actually know about college football?
I would know a lot about LSU. Through that, I would know a lot about the SEC opponents. And, I'd probably know, like, the coach of some Big Ten teams, the coaches of Big... Essentially what I know now, just maybe even less. So, hey. We're all works in progress, people.
What I know now,
we're all
except
works
maybe less.
in progress, people, okay?
Just real quick, by the way, over in the Big Ten, Michigan has tacked on a touchdown, so they've tied the ball game now. What?
I'm for the underdog.
You know what? That's an interesting one. I'm a little more... I don't know. I'm a little more intrigued in Michigan because I'm looking for who could potentially unseat Ohio State.
Okay.
And I'm interested in Michigan because I told you this last week. Michigan had 10 guys drafted last year. Like, they had talent.
Yeah.
The whole thing that people have always said with Harbaugh is like he's never had a quarterback that can run his offense. They thought that would be Shea Patterson, and it obviously didn't materialize. Well, now you got this kid Joe Milton who's like 6'5", this athletic freak. He's like can do a standing backflip. So you're like, okay, do you actually have the guy finally?
It's actually called the tuck.
That can lead your team and lead this offense and be really good. So I'm curious. I'd like to see Michigan keep getting better because I do want to see somebody beat Ohio State. I just do. I'm like, in the same way that people have Bama fatigue, like I want someone else to beat Ohio State. I want someone in the Big 12 to beat Oklahoma. I want, I just
want anybody to show any life in the ACC, anything to challenge Clemson.
True. So it's not just pulling for an upset, but I'm curious
to
see
you got to have Michigan stay alive in order to knock Ohio State off that perch, potentially. As Penn State looks like they've already blown their chance, maybe.
So nice drive by Michigan. It was a 1-yard touchdown run, and they've tied it now at 17 with Michigan State with 6.5 to play in the third quarter.
With 6.5 to play in the third quarter also. How about that? Number 23, Iowa State, still leads Kansas, but now it's 27-14, which is actually no different than what the score really was last time. Maybe Kansas scored 7 more. Kansas going to lose.
Yeah, it was 20-7 last time we checked. Each team scored.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so same difference. Yeah. But shout out Billy Napier and UL for beating Iowa State. Still tight.
ULL.
I don't need to get involved with your pettiness. At 2:30 p.m. today, TCU at Baylor.
TCU's 1-3 on the season.
I know.
And they thought this might be a nice comeback year for Gary Patterson's team, especially after they beat Texas.
But they do that every year. So
right? So It just hasn't really materialized for TCU. And then Dave Aranda and Baylor are at 1-2 on the season. They had an unexpected stoppage as well, their first 2 games because of COVID. And then they beat Kansas. They lose to West Virginia. They had their Oklahoma State game was postponed, obviously, because of COVID. And then they came back last week, and I'm sorry, they lost to Texas. Baylor did. I was talking about TCU. But anyway, I'm curious about Baylor tonight.
They kind of like, how big of a win would this be for Aranda here in year 1? Feels kind of big.
The reason I hesitate is just because you look at TCU's record. The hardest thing about this whole season looking at is just you don't know what to make of anything because we're all programmed to think, oh man, if you're 1-3 earlier in the season, you really stink because you've lost some pre-conference games. You probably lost your first, you beat a directional school. Well, when you're 1-3 and it's all been Big 12 games or it's all been conference games, it just feels different. I mean, look at LSU at 2-2. If LSU was 2-2 in a normal year coming out the chute, you'd be like, you lost 2 games in September? You know what I mean? And it feels vastly different than this actually does right now. So, I mean, it's really hard to decipher what we should be feeling about teams based on the records they're putting forth right now.
Ole Miss is 1-4 and feels like they're maybe the most exciting 1-4 team that you've ever seen. Like you're kind of into them at 1-4.
In a normal year, Ole Miss would have had more wins in the pre-conference, and they'd probably be like, hey, man, you're fighting for bowl eligibility, right? See if they get above 500. Like, that's what you'd be looking at. And even in a given year, a 3-5 SEC type year, you win 3 non-conference games, you're 6-6, and boom, you're in a bowl game. And then they're like, look, Kiffen's got to go in the right direction. Flip side of it is you're going to play 10 conference games. It's basically just going to wash out the way that you thought it was. That you're at the bottom half of the SEC standings, but you played all SEC games. So that's why I'm back to the point.
But it also, if you win games, it makes you look way tighter.
Right.
Like Arkansas feels like a way cooler 2-2 than 2-2 would normally look next to Arkansas's name.
But that's my whole point about Baylor and TCU. TCU's 1-3, Baylor's 1-2. I think both of those teams are better than what our perception is of them with their record.
Look at that. I just told you about the defense, Matt. You're lucky I gave you that nug. Neil Brown, my Mountaineers, pick 6, 34-10, putting it on him in the Little Apple.
I can't high-five you because of COVID.
Okay. I don't think that's why you're not doing it, especially judging by your tweets, but that's fine. I'm just going to take that for my pride. I'm just saying I think your thoughts are well known, and you are not high-fiving me because of COVID. It's because I don't have my other Olaf glove on. So let's get it. I got it on now.
No.
All right. Now I got to take it off to work this mouse.
West Virginia's sitting there 3-2. Their only losses to Oklahoma State and Texas Tech on the road. So that's a team that maybe...
Let's go.
Could...
What, playoff?
No, not playoff. No,
but like a nice bowl game at New Year's 6 maybe? At 3 p.m. today, Texas at Oklahoma State. I am shocked to find myself cheering for Texas, but I just can't help but feel kind of frustrated with how overvalued I think Oklahoma State is.
I agree. And we've also talked so often about Tom Herman as an underdog, what his record is.
Yeah, that's true.
His teams are really good in that spot. They're a 3.5-point dog here on the road. I do think Texas wins that game outright.
Yeah. You moneyline it? You did?
Yeah.
You play it? Okay.
Yeah.
And
the last time I did that when Texas was an underdog was against Oklahoma. And remember, they had it won, and then went to overtime, and they lost in overtime.
At 7 p.m. tonight, speak of the devil, Oklahoma back in the top 25 at 3-2. They will take on Texas Tech.
So, remember Texas Tech played Texas in a really high score. That was the 63-56 game. And then Texas Tech also beat West Virginia. And we're sitting here lauding West Virginia.
Oh, yeah.
So,
weird.
This is one of those games where you kind of look and go,
and this also, perfectly speaks to conference shenanigans you were just talking about because they beat West Virginia, but they lost by 10 to Kansas State. And now, obviously, look at what West Virginia's doing to Kansas State. All conference plays crazy, and I kind of like it. Kind of like it a lot. Okay, so Oklahoma's back in the top 25 at 3-2. If LSU wins today, do they go back in the top 25? I think so.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Road winning against Auburn, yes.
Oh, yeah. Sage Ryan! Whoa, it just hit me again. This is why recruiting's fun. You make yourself so sad, and then if news ends up being good, then you just you get these little jolts of happiness all day. I just remembered about them. Let's go, dude.
Scoreboard Show, presented by Home Bank. We'll look at the ACC and get you a Clemson update. The news, if you're pulling for a Clemson loss, is not good.
No, it ain't going well.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
Service Master Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact Service Master Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. Service Master Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
This was us 20 years ago. Since then, we've grown to over 200 employees. We've helped over 100,000 people purchase, build, renovate, or refinance. Over $17 billion in loans. We make the mortgage process easy and convenient. Apply online or at one of our local branches. If you're looking to buy, build, renovate, or refinance, go to gmfsmortgage.com to see how we can help change your life today.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front to Back Boat Services.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals. But many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
During these challenging times, we know your healthcare needs don't stop. Cancer, accidents, injuries, and heart disease are relentless. So we are relentlessly innovating to keep you safe, both virtually and in person, connecting you with providers remotely, advancing clinical spaces, providing rapid and accurate testing, social distancing, and certified cleaning protocols. We are Auctioner, and we will not slow down. Auctioner Health, innovating healthcare.
Foundation failure is common in South Louisiana, and that's why homeowners here turn to a local company they can trust, WCK Foundation Repair.
WCK is the only company that specializes in drilled piers, the ideal solution for Louisiana's unique soil conditions. WCK is locally owned and operated by a group of professionals with years of experience.
Learn more about the signs of foundation failure on WCKFoundationRepair.com. Call for a free estimate. WCK Foundation Repair. Support the home team.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life. On 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
We are inside of an hour from LSU and Auburn from the Plains on CBS. Matt, T-Bob are counting you down. It is the Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank. Georgia's still in a dog fight.
Yeah, or is it a cat fight? I don't know.
It's 14-3. Georgia leads Kentucky, and it's really just been an offensively inept game. 5:40 to play in that ball game, and Georgia leading 14-3. Kentucky with their backup quarterback just been unable to get anything going offensively in this ball game. And Georgia, quite honestly, hasn't either, but it looks like it's going to be enough, leading by 11 with 5.5 to play. As we mentioned, Michigan tied Michigan State. Michigan now has the ball back with a chance to take the lead. Forgive me, I'm sorry. Michigan State added a field goal, so it's 20-17, 20-17 Michigan State with 4:15 to play in the third quarter. Michigan with the football, as we just sort of whip around, as T-Bob mentioned, West Virginia with the pick six on Kansas State. They lead at 34-10 at home there in Morgantown with 6 minutes to play in the third quarter. And we'll take a peek at the number one team in the country as we do an ACC scoreboard.
The Luba Workers Comp College Football Scoreboard. Luba Workers Comp. Genuine dependability.
All right, let's do it. With 4:28 left in the third, 4 minutes left in the third, Boston College 28, Clemson 26. Interesting here, though, Matt. Clemson, all the momentum. Just had Boston College push back to 2nd and 27. A defensive holding call will give Boston College an automatic first down, maybe extend this lead a bit. It is hard to see, though, with how this game is trending, Boston College keeping pace with Clemson's offense.
So BC at one point led 28-10 in this ball game. Clemson got a field goal almost at about 7 seconds left in the half. Came out to start the third quarter, scored. That was Uangalele, who had the 30-yard touchdown run, as you mentioned. Clemson got the ball back. Uangalele with his second touchdown pass of the day. The two-point conversion failed, so that's why BC currently has a 2-point lead. It's 28-26 with 3.5 to play in the third quarter, but this has been very clearly a shift in the momentum of the game as Clemson has scored the last 13 unanswered. They've really wrangled back control of this with a quarter to play.
With a quarter to play, Wake Forest leads Syracuse 38-7. Say it ain't Dino.
It's been a really rough go for Dino Babers and Syracuse. It's one of those teams that really hasn't benefited from playing. We haven't seen a play. This is on the ACC Network. I have not seen a play of this game so far. Sam Hartman, the quarterback from Wake, however, 250 yards in the score, just 19 of 31, but it's been all Wake Forest today on the road there at the Carrier Dome. No fans in the Carrier Dome either.
Number 4, Notre Dame will travel to Atlanta to take on Georgia Tech in Bobby Dodd Stadium.
So last tune-up for Notre Dame before they host Clemson next week in what is the biggest game of the ACC. But as I've told you many times, Clemson is going to house Notre Dame. I've just seen them enough that athletically Notre Dame is not on the same planet. The fact that they're the 4th-ranked team in the country is a total farce. They'll probably beat Georgia Tech today. They're a 20-point favorite in the ballgame. But this is a Notre Dame team that is not even going to stay on the field with Clemson next week.
So with what you're seeing today out of Clemson, even though I don't think this would be the case, if Trevor Lawrence did not play,
he'll play
in that game. Just
he'll
if
play.
he didn't, I knew you were going to do this.
I don't need the hypothetical because he's going to play.
Well, what if he trips and breaks his toe or something?
He'll play.
What if it's down to Uangalele? Would you still like them over Notre Dame?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
A million times out of a million.
At 3 p.m. Central today, Virginia Tech will knock boots with Louisville.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, I guess I don't either. At 6 p.m. tonight, Charlotte at Duke.
And Virginia Tech did have a nice start to their season. They really did. I mean, they were down half their roster, it seemed, and still managed to have a nice start to the season. They've lost a couple of games since. I think there was the one big game that we're kind of keeping an eye on was when they played North Carolina.
They got smoked.
Well, they didn't get smoked. They were losing early, rallied, and I think maybe even taking the lead in that ball game.
Makes it hard to read the score. I thought it said 6-45. It's 56-45. North Carolina won. So it actually sounds like it was a good game.
It was a good game. But then North Carolina came back and lost to Florida State.
Wow. Talk about kicking yourself, dude. Okay, so I'm guessing we have nothing on Charlotte Duke. Charlotte's mascot is?
The 49ers.
Yeah. How weird is that? Was there a big gold scene in Charlotte?
I don't know.
I wonder. Were they out there panning the stream? Little gold bits? Using sticks of dynamite to blow up caves and stuff? That'd be pretty cool. And then at 7 p.m. tonight, number 15, North Carolina at Virginia.
In Charlottesville, a little shorter line than I would have thought. Just 7.5. North Carolina, after the loss to Florida State, had a nice bounce back last week. They beat NC State 48-21. That was one of those games, I'll tell you candidly, that I thought NC State, I liked NC State with the points in that ball game. I played it.
How do you not love him?
I'm
just saying. He's a great quarterback.
It's like the one play of a game that you saw all season.
It was a great drive, though. So it was worth watching.
You managed to stumble upon like one thing
It was really
every
great.
week, and it's like you just latch on to that one
well,
thing.
because I mean that's all you got to do in this job, right? You just have that one anecdote, that one
Yeah.
like reference to kind of be like, oh yeah, I'll watch for sure, man. Oh, how about
So
that play in
good.
the third quarter? It was terrible.
Apparently,
What's going on there?
Apparently, there was a Carolina gold rush back in 1799. It was known as the first gold rush in the United States.
There it is.
Wait. What year though?
1799.
Why aren't they the 99ers? All right, somebody get Charlotte on the phone. We got a lot of work to do here. Jeez. Right, am I right? You can lead a horse to the stream, but you can't make him pan for gold. Old classic saying. It's all the ACC games we have to talk about. It was a good win over NC State, though, like you said. Bronco Mendenhall.
And all of our games are at commercial, so I have nothing to say.
1 and
from
4. We could discuss musical theory of Frozen 1 versus Frozen 2. I feel like in Frozen 1, they played things a little close, a little safe to the vest. I think for that reason, a lot of those
Scoreboard
songs are
show
probably
presented
more
by Home
memorable.
Bank.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy,
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as a bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
At GMFS Mortgage, thanks to you, we've been changing lives for over 21 years. So far this year, that includes providing thousands of meals for the homeless, donating and helping raise $125,000 for the Greater Baton Rouge Food Bank, feeding hundreds of police officers during the stay-at-home order, and feeding local nursing homes. So if you're ready to buy, build, renovate, or refinance, choose a local lender that's changing lives in our community. Choose GMFS Mortgage today.
I can't tell you how many people tried to discourage me when I said, I'm opening up a haunted house. If you love doing something, don't let anything or anyone stand in your way.
How he comes up with this stuff in his head and designs it is mind-boggling.
Debbie and Home Bank understand my business and understand that it's not normal. They've worked with me since the beginning to help my business grow.
Hi, this is Chance Inman, President and Chief Operating Officer for Janney King Gulf Coast. Here are some ways to protect yourself and those around you from the coronavirus. Wash your hands often and thoroughly. Cover coughs and sneezes with your elbow. Disinfect high-touch surfaces regularly. Use non-contact methods for greeting others. And avoid touching your face. Following these steps, as well as social distancing, should help all of us stay healthy.
Janney King, the king of clean.
Hey,
football fans, T-Bob here, reminding you that Hooters is your headquarters for football. If you can't get in, they still got the Hooters girls, the TVs, the wings, the beer, everything you love about game day. But what if you're watching at your house? Maybe having some people over. You don't feel like cooking? Well, great. Hooters, they have your back. You download the Hooters app. You'll get a free app, and then you go and you pick up the food. You bring it home. Everybody loves you because you got Hooters wings, and game day, it's a matchmaking.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life, on 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
All right, glad you're hanging out with us here on a Saturday. Week 9 of the college football season. Hard to believe it's already week 9. But, of course, with the SEC starting late and the Pac-12 even yet to start, just week 2 of the Big Ten. But this has been 9 weeks of college football that we've had. Such a disjointed season.
Been awesome.
But I think we all agree it's great to have football and to be talking about football and watching football. LSU and Auburn, 45 minutes away. We're going to get back to some Group of 5 scores. Real quick, though, I did want to talk about, you mentioned it before, a big get for LSU. Sage Ryan committed to LSU over Alabama today. He's a 5-star safety out of Lafayette Christian. And this was huge because earlier in the week, there was LSU fan melt, man.
Hell yeah.
I
was melting too.
Because apparently LSU fans had gotten word that it looked like he was going to be a Bama lean.
That's what all the recruiting experts are saying. He reportedly didn't tell LSU about this commitment date. They were surprised to learn about it. And then obviously what's gone on to LSU this year, there were all these factors to where, to be clear, I don't care about recruiting to the point where I didn't even know who Sage Ryan was on Monday. But I got super depressed by it. And then so today, now I'm super happy. Everything is just in relation to expectations. And I got my expectations so low that when that news broke today, it just gives me little jolts of happiness as the day goes on.
So there are a lot of LSU fans that got triggered by a tweet. When Sage Ryan committed, I tweeted, remember earlier this week when LSU fans were melting because Sage Ryan was going to Bama. Yeah, that's why I don't do recruiting. Go Tigers.
Yeah.
It's like, you're doing recruiting now. I'm like, no.
Well, I do recruiting just on surface level. Just get emotional and have fun with it.
Let me be clear. Recruiting is so important. It is absolutely the lifeblood of any program. You have to do it and do it well. There is no doubt that there is a correlation between the best programs in the country and their ability to recruit. That's not even debatable.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not. Look, every year at the top, there are some programs that clearly do more with less and some that do less with more, but the top programs in the country are always there at the top of the recruiting rankings. So I'm not minimizing the importance of it. My point is the reason that I don't get emotional about it or follow it so closely is because literally there's nothing that you can do as the coach or the staff but put out your best pitch.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can't chain a kid up and make him go to your school. And do you honestly think that LSU didn't do everything possible to convince Sage Ryan to come? The way Ed Orgeron and his staff recruits is maniacal. Did you see on the 60 Minutes when they had video of the Power Hour?
Yeah, the Power Hour is intense.
It's we've never seen anything. And Les was you got recruited by Les. The stories of Les being in living rooms and how he can work a room and parents
he's a good politician.
He's amazing at it. And what Ed's staff is doing is completely next level. So it's just all you can ever do is make your pitch. And look, you're from Georgia. Georgia could have done everything possible to keep you there, right?
But because of how my grandpa raised me, I was going to go to LSU.
But that's the point. Georgia could have called you every damn day, sent you 1 million letters in the mail. Every coach could have been in every game you played.
At Ole Miss did.
Okay. And it would not have mattered. Ole Miss did that to you?
Yeah.
Okay, and it just didn't matter.
Yeah, I've always said Ole Miss actually did the best job of recruiting. It just didn't matter because I was never going to go to Ole Miss.
That's my point. And that was Orgeron.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's my point. And that's your dad's friend who was recruiting you.
And he was the first offer.
It's just, but that's my point, man. All you can do is make your best pitch and hope that the kid likes what you have to say.
It's such a weird thing to tie so much emotion to high school kid.
And then the other part of it is because so much of recruiting has become the game, right? Like,
what do you mean by the game?
Like kids taking hats and now in their list and
yes.
So much. It's how do you predict what a high school kid's gonna do, man?
No,
I mean some are easy. Some will tell you what they want and what they're gonna do, and that's easy. But others want the show, they want the circus, and so I'm like, man, if there's nothing you can do to influence a situation, like even if you're a fan and you go to a game, even though you can't play, you can't coach, you can't call play, you can go and be loud and feel like you're influencing the game in some way, right?
Yeah.
In recruiting, there's nothing you can do. Zero.
Well, I don't know. I see people tweeting these kids all the time.
Come on, man. Like, and do you honestly think like that's helping? You think that
Hey man, I just want you have you guys who are like overly nice. Like, look, I just want the best for you. Make the best decision. But we'd love to have you here at LSU. And the other guy's like, what are you thinking? Come to LSU, you idiot.
You think Jeff from Algiers tweeting Sage Ryan is what actually made the difference?
I mean, ask Jeff.
Come on, man.
Let's ask Jeff and see what he thinks.
But that's my point. It's like, of course it's necessary, but the people that get so triggered by what these young people decide. Look, I mean, if you take sports out of it, like my brother left the state, super bright kid, AP honors. He went to Notre Dame because he was smart enough to go. He had a great opportunity.
Major character concerns.
Great, but he didn't go to play football, but but he got to go to a great university. Okay,
that's cool.
So, but that's my point. Like, why do we not have the same feeling when people go for academics?
I mean, if we're going to get into society's
but
priorities
no, but listen to me. It's not about society's priorities. My point, the point is, you're talking about people at that age have different feelings, different goals in life. They're trying to set up their life for the future however they want it to look and doing what they feel is in their best interest. Some people want to leave state. Some people are wired different. They want to go experience. Some people want to be some people have an emotional tie. Like, that's why I never get triggered with recruiting because I'll go back to it. All you can do is make your best pitch. That's all that any coaching staff can do is work your hardest, put your best sell, and if it's a no, and there's nothing you can do about it.
And a lot of times, actually being a hometown kid can be a negative against the hometown school because what if they just want to get out of there? Like, I never wanted to go to college where I had grown up the majority of my life. I wanted to go, like, experience some new stuff and new culture, and
that's a big
now,
part.
Thankfully, this was kind of already like a hybrid of home, which probably made that landing, like, way easier, but it was still, like, I knew I didn't want to go to college in Georgia, even though Athens is probably my favorite college town. For that reason as well.
Athens is
it's the best college. It's the best SEC town. There's no doubt about that. That's fine, though. They have that. They don't have any national championships in 40 years, so at least they have that. Enjoy it. The bars are really tight.
59 seconds to play in Lexington, Georgia. Still up 14-3. The Dogs are going to hang on there, and they're into the fourth quarter now in Clemson with Boston College clinging to a 2-point lead, 28-26 on the number one ranked team in the country. Let's whip around the rest of college football and take a peek at the group of 5 schools.
The Gulf Coast Bank College Football Scoreboard. Gulf Coast Bank and Trust Company, the bank that cares about you.
Do you want me to do it?
No. Do you need me to? I don't have my headphones on. I was just waiting.
Yeah, you're ready.
All right, here we go. With 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter, you got UTSA 3, Florida Atlantic 17.
Just go.
With 9:58 in the fourth.
There's one game that everybody's going to care about.
Tulane 31, Temple to 3. Yeah, the Tulane one, right?
No,
how about that? Tulane, put it on him. Go wave, roll wave.
Yep. All right.
We got UCF 10, Houston 7. I think we've arrived at where you're talking about.
No.
Okay,
Not
no.
yet.
Okay, but so UCF leading.
There's
that.
a top 10 team in the country.
Okay, here it is. Okay, Rice, Southern Mississippi, 2 p.m. today. How do you feel about it? Okay, I'm going to try again. It's not Troy, Arkansas State. You got UAB, Louisiana Tech. That's coming up at 2:30 this afternoon. You got a little App State, UL Monroe at 3. Boise State Air Force at 5. Coming up tonight, New Mexico at San Jose State, bro. Charlotte Duke, we already mentioned that one. And going further, Navy SMU. That's coming up at 6:30 p.m. tonight. UL versus Texas State at 7 Central. Let's go Cajuns. Did you realize the Cajuns last week in Bill Connolly's S&P Analytics were one of the longest shots. Like they had a 4% chance of winning that game according to the analytics over UAB. Hell of a win. San Diego State at Utah State, 8:30 p.m. tonight. And then, I don't know. I mean, what is this? Like Western Kentucky, BYU? And then, you're talking about Nevada, UNLV at 9:30.
7th-ranked Cincinnati leading Memphis 35-10 with 9 minutes to play in that ball game.
Oh, I really actually didn't see that one.
It's a thought
you were talking
it's
about
just
BYU.
another hurdle cleared here for Cincinnati, and they're becoming just really the storyline because they're ranked 7th in the country. They are undefeated. They are they've already they still have to play UCF, but they've already cleared the SMU hurdle, winning last week in Dallas 42-13, a blowout win over previously undefeated SMU. So Cincinnati, Luke Fickell's team, they are cruising right now. And one of the really interesting conversations is going to come in about a month or so if this continues, because, and there's no other ranked teams on their schedule. They do have to go to Central Florida, as we mentioned. But in a weird COVID year, if the Big Ten with a limited schedule plays itself out of the playoff, like let's say hypothetically the stupid Big Ten rule causes Ohio State to miss like 3 weeks, right? And you play 5 games.
For Wisconsin, they finally find a quarterback they feel like.
But if you're gonna play, what if you play 5 games, you're not getting in? Sorry, I can't put you in if you play 5 games.
Yeah.
So does that open the door? The Pac-12, I think, is not getting into the playoff. Is that going to open the door for the first time ever for a Group of 5 team in Cincinnati? Now, BYU is not a Group of 5, but if they remain unbeaten, they're going to be in this conversation.
Yep.
But Cincinnati is going to work their way into this conversation. They're already ranked 7th. They're already higher than Cincinnati or UCF was in their, we won the national title, air quotes, year.
Yeah. It is kind of fun. Well, look, I guess it remains to be seen if it'll be a fun year in that regard or not. In a year where everything's different, I would like for the playoff to feature different teams. But certainly here today, it does seem like it's just going to be Ohio State, Clemson, Alabama, and then whoever number 4 is.
The inevitable, seemingly inevitable, has happened. Travis Etienne with a 17-yard touchdown run puts Clemson ahead for the first time today. So Clemson, which at one point trailed by 18 in this ball game to Boston College, the comeback has been complete, still with 11 and a half to play in the ball game. But Clemson 32-28, PAT pending. I would presume they would just kick here, right? There's no sense in going to go 6, right?
Etienne, you think he's from Louisiana?
He's from Jennings.
Oh, wow, how about that? I know.
I wouldn't take anything for granted with you.
That's fair, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing okay, no. Multiple possessions ahead, going for 2 over 1, I think could come into play.
I just don't understand. Well, I mean, I guess you say 6 because then it's a touchdown, but the PAT,
yeah, you make them make the PAT, so I think that's the value right there, actually.
I guess. It's just not going to matter.
No, it won't.
Shout out to Bo Ramen again.
It was, I mean, I got to be honest.
Good.
I guess I didn't know where my expectations were at, but that was maybe the best, no exaggeration, maybe the best ramen that I've ever had.
Bo Roo is there in Electric Depot. We appreciate them for feeding the crew today. It's our friends.
Actually, I don't think it was maybe. I think it was the best ramen I've ever had, which is crazy because it was also delivered like to go. Like it wasn't even like right there at the
if you go eat
at
it,
the stand.
Yeah, if you go eat it there, it's even more incredible.
Yeah,
it is because ramen's tough to travel, and they
they
brought it with the noodles and the broth separate, and then you could combine them, which we did here. But if you get it made to order and hot there at Bo Roo Ramen. Check out an Electric Depot on Government Street. Government Street, Baton Rouge really come along, man. I'm proud of Baton Rouge for what they've done in Mid-City and in downtown.
Yeah,
the way
it's cool.
come. It has the vibe has been very cool.
It's funny. It kind of directly coincides with me coming back to work here like a few years ago.
That's not true.
And I just wonder if it's like maybe like I'm kind of responsible for it and I just didn't realize.
It really started, especially with downtown, back around the early 2000s with downtown development.
Okay, so like more around kind of when I was showing up for college. That makes sense too.
You didn't get here till 07.
Yeah, but with the older you get, the less those years kind of seem to matter. It's all kind of the same, so everything kind of compresses together in a weird way.
Not the same at all.
So you're welcome, I guess is what I'm really saying. I do love government. So you're welcome is to Chuck, you and JR for kind of paving the path for y'all to open government tacos. So,
That's definitely more Jay than me.
Yeah, but I mean, I think of y'all two as 2 peas in a pod.
Thank you.
I mean, just like y'all are an item in my mind. And I love playing Dungeons & Dragons with you. Be on the lookout.
He is my hetero life mate, so.
Yep. Matt's my hetero life mate.
I would have never guessed that.
Matt's trying not
Clemson's
to
lining
smile.
up for a 2-point conversion. They had a false start, so they're backed up to the 8-yard line as they attempt this 2-point conversion here. Clemson leading 32-28, and now there apparently is another.
So
whistle.
actually, 6
Incredibly.
points does give you multiple advantages over 5. And I'm thinking about it. It also, I mean, from a field goal perspective, right? 2 field goals ties versus wins.
Maybe I'm just sitting here thinking it just doesn't matter because Clemson.
No, you're right. No, but I'm just saying if we're just trying to like math it out, like what should the book tell us to do? I agree that it's not going to matter. I think Clemson is clearly taking over this game. And Chuck, I'm sure that Matt appreciated your header of life, mate, more than he's letting on because he is a big Jay and Silent Bob fan, despite whatever airs he may try to put on.
13:21 to play in the fourth quarter. Michigan State misses a field goal, so the 3-point lead remains 20-17. Michigan State leading Michigan at the Big House, a very empty Big House with no fans. But Michigan State wide left on the field goal, so it remains a 3-point lead for the Spartans over the Wolverines. And now Clemson has decided that they are going to attempt the PAT to kick, and the kick is off the upright. No good. After all that, after 2 penalties, Clemson decides that they're going to kick the PAT, and he doinks it off the right upright.
They kind of feel like you. They were like, this doesn't really matter. What are we doing?
It really doesn't matter at all. Just doink it off the upright. I bet if I was Dab, I'd be like, hey, I'll give you $10 if you doink it up off the upright. All right, it's not after further review. It's the Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank.
I don't hear anything either.
During times of trouble, hope keeps us calm, and courage keeps us strong. Here in Louisiana, we know this better than most. After all, we've faced hardship, but hurricanes and floods never washed away what makes us strong. It's our culture, the spirit of resilience that says rise and rise up again. We'll make it through the tough times, we always do. And Blue Cross will always be here to support you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals. But many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All Star Toyota today.
Oh, hey, what's up? It's Big D and Bubba, 100.7 The Tiger Morning Show. We'd love for you to join us every weekday, 4 a.m. till 9 a.m.
Yeah, everything you want in a show. Country music. We got laughs. We got celebrity in-studio guests. We just need you.
Join us every weekday morning, 4 a.m. to 9 a.m., right where it all started.
That's right. Louisiana's country station, 100.7 The Tiger.
Here at the Big Squeezy, we continue to serve the Baton Rouge and Southeast Louisiana areas during these troubling times. We are dedicated to providing you healthy food items to help you live your best life. From our cold-pressed juices to our delicious smoothies, let the Big Squeezy keep you going. Stay active.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life. On 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
"23 minutes away, LSU Auburn from the Plains." We'll get you a final thought and preview on that game before we wrap up. But one more time, let's go around the top 25 here with a top 25 scoreboard.
The Gulf Coast Bank College Football Scoreboard. Gulf Coast Bank and Trust Company, the bank that cares about you.
All right. Man, I am full. It's about nap time for Olaf. After that custard cookie I just ate. Damn, that was good. Okay, I'm going to try to push through these flagging energy levels. Clemson 32, Boston College 28. BC currently facing a big 3rd and 10. 11 minutes left in the game.
Incomplete pass, then they batted ball at the line of scrimmage. Now it's 3rd and 10. They'll play fake. Boston College incomplete, so it's going to be 4th and 10. 11 minutes. You got to punt this ball with 11 minutes to go, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. But it's not, like you said, it's not really going to matter.
So Michigan also unable to move the ball, so they are around midfield, and they are going to punt to Michigan State. 9:56 to play in that ball game. Michigan State is leading Michigan 20-17.
And our guys from West Virginia just knocked in a big field goal.
Big
field goal. They're now
Giant.
leading 37-10 over Kansas State Wildcats. With 5:12 left.
Wait.
What? Huh? You want me to wait? Or you want me to keep going?
37.
It was 34-10. They had the pick six to make it 34-10. They kicked the field goal. So, I know it's a little complicated, but 34 plus 3 is 37. Field goal's 3 points. Oh, you would have known this. 5:12 left in the fourth. Number 7, Cincinnati 42, Memphis 10. As you mentioned, that was their passing their big test today.
Because this was showing 33-10. ESPN was showing 33-10. Interesting. Okay. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry. Carry on.
Yep.
So they had it wrong on ESPN.com. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, awesome. You just talked about Michigan State. Michigan, we just mentioned that one. 10:51 left in the fourth quarter. Number 23, Iowa State. Oh, wow. How did it take me this long to get here? We're not in Kansas anymore. The Cyclones are ravaging the Jayhawks 38-14. Uh-oh, Coach Miles. We're not in Kansas anymore. You might want to click those heels into a nice buyout and just chill out a little bit.
You know what I think about, though? At one point, Les had one of the top 5 all-time winning percentages.
Oh, then he just wrecked it.
And he's just wrecking it now. I mean, I don't think he actually cares.
No,
clearly,
but that still is pretty tight when you feel like
it's going because it is going to historically it will knock him down in the minds of many because his winning percentage isn't going to be. And the other thing too is, I think for the College Football Hall of Fame, you have to have a certain winning percentage as well to get in. And he would absolutely qualify. I mean, having won a national title, played for another, his run in the SEC. I mean, I don't think there's any question that he's a College Football Hall of Famer.
Wow.
What?
Really?
He won a national title, man. He played for a second.
I don't know much about the College Football Hall of Fame. I don't know comparatively what kind of coaching resumes will get you in or not.
I mean, Charles McClendon's in the College Football Hall of Fame. He coached for a long time and never.
And they both wore their hats in trademark ways.
Okay.
So you raise a good point. It's kind of crazy to think about. Like Stan Van Gundy, his record took a big hit in Detroit. Otherwise, his resume would be even more incredible. Number 3, Georgia Excuse me. So hard to see in this mask. Number 5, Georgia beats Kentucky 14-3. Cats fall to the dogs.
It's a quick ball game.
Right? I mean,
hoping for everyone who has children today that the LSU and Auburn keep it on the ground. That's
I know.
also a quick
That's what
ball
I was
game.
waiting for. I took off post game to get back for trick or treating. I'm like, ground and pound, ground. Well, LSU has to rely on the running game, take the pressure off of TJ Finley's shoulders. Absolutely. I mean, you don't want to put in Bo Nix's hand. Tank Bigsby, take it away. Let's go. Run the ball. Number 20, Coastal Carolina. Damn, Matt. It's a final, and it ain't even close. The boys from the beach. That's right. The Chanticleers. 51. Georgia State. 0. Nil. Nada. Zilch. Zip. Nothing. I ran out.
There's just not an impressive win there.
51-0, dude.
But they beat Georgia State, is my point. So their wins are Kansas, Campbell, Arkansas State, University of Louisiana at Lafayette, Georgia Southern, and Georgia State. But it's not. And so
Yeah, it is.
there's nothing there, though, that's going to get people's attention nationally for Coastal Carolina. And I don't know that opportunity.
They're ranked 20th.
That they've got South Alabama, Troy, App State, Texas State, and Liberty remaining. I mean, maybe if they're undefeated and they play Hugh Freeze's Liberty team and get a win there, people.
Oh, you're
might
trying
pay
to get him into the
attention.
playoffs? I mean, I don't think
I don't care at all about Group of 5. I don't care at all about your football. Now, I love football and I'll watch, but with respect to trying to play into something significant, that's the only thing I care about because of these cockamamie rules where a Group of 5 team is going to be gifted a New Year's 6 spot, which I think is ludicrous. It should be completely merit-based, not just, oh, you're ranked in the top 16 and you're in a group, so you get to go. Like, I don't care about you. You should have to earn your way in.
No, but they did earn it. They did earn it, though.
Let me finish. You should have to earn your way in by playing good teams, not crap teams that 50 teams in the Power 5 could go undefeated against that schedule. That's the difference.
50?
You line up
5-0?
You line up half of the Power 5 against Kansas, Campbell, Arkansas State, University of Louisiana at Lafayette, Georgia Southern, Georgia State. They're all undefeated. So I have to see something that makes me care. So the only reason I'm looking at Coastal Carolina and even caring, giving any thought to this, is the fact that they're going to they have a chance, like Memphis or any of these other teams, to play their way into a New Year's 6. So that's why the only reason I'm interested. And they're not going to because there's nothing on the schedule that's going to allow them to get over that hump.
Do you need a hug? You gotta come give Olaf a big hug. We could turn that Sunbelt frown right upside down. Because you're being a grumpy Gills.
I'm good.
UL's a good win. UL beat Iowa State.
It's
and
not a good win, though, T-Bob. That's what you're forgetting. Like you're thinking of it in context of the fact that Billy Napier comes on your show and you care and you want it to be good. That's fine.
No.
But take out of the prism of South Louisiana and go into any voter's house anywhere around the country, and they're not going to look at Coastal Carolina beating ULL and go, hell yeah, that's the one that's going to do it. Nobody
that's why
cares.
they got him 20th. They do care. They got him 20th for that very reason. And Iowa State's back in the top 25.
They have them
so UL still
20th.
has a top 25 win.
They have them 20th because the Pac-12 isn't playing yet, and you have such an odd season where you have teams like LSU that are unranked when normally LSU would be 6-0 right now, having played their pre. You tell me no. Like if LSU
The Sun Belt rolled through the Big 12 and Coastal Carolina's rolled through the Sun Belt. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, Coastal beat Kansas. Arkansas State beat somebody in there. UL beat Iowa State. I mean, law of transitive sports property applies here. Basically, Coastal Carolina are your Big 12 champs. I don't know how to explain this any simpler. Go Shawns. Do you want to move on from Coastal Carolina?
Yes, they suck.
At 2:30 p.m. today. Number 4. Who's better, Notre Dame or Coastal Carolina?
Notre Dame would be Coastal Carolina by 50.
Wow. And then so you're saying that, but then you're saying that Notre Dame's going to lose to Clemson by 50?
Yes, which means Clemson would beat Coastal Carolina by 100.
Impossible, because they're both from Carolina.
Different Carolina.
Notre Dame's playing Georgia Tech. I didn't actually know. I was, still the Carolinas. Just make it a plural. At 2:30 p.m. today, number 17, Indiana against Rutgers. Schiano. Your guy, Matt. You were high on Schiano.
You think Tennessee wishes?
They go on Schiano? Probably. That's a good point.
And by the way, Coastal is in South Carolina.
Oh, so they are. Oh, look at me. Look at me. Olaf, you're football guy. You're welcome.
Where in South Carolina are they?
They're on the coast.
Where? What's the name of town?
Charleston.
Nope.
I think that's the only South Carolina coast city that I know. Charleston?
It's Conway.
Carolina?
Conway.
Oh, I thought it was like a New York thing.
No.
At 3 p.m. today, Texas at number 6, Oklahoma State. Chuba Hubbard.
I think Texas gets the outright win.
If it's not Chuba Hubbard and it's Chuba Hubbard, why is it not Chuba Hubbard? Think about it. At 5 p.m. today, number 23, Boise State at Air Force. Looks like, well, they're not playing at Boise. Otherwise, I was going to make like a carpet bombing joke, but that's not going to play here. At 6 p.m., Mississippi State at Alabama. Let's see if the Tide can handle that vaunted air raid attack better than LSU did. I doubt it, Matt. What do you think? I think Patrick Surtain's going to get burned. And Mac Jones is going to struggle. And Alabama's going to lose. That's what I think. It's Halloween. Crazier things have happened. Actually, I don't know if crazier things have actually happened. At 6:30 p.m. tonight, number 3, Ohio State against number 18, Penn State. Keegan-Michael Key taking Penn State, trying to bounce back from a bad loss.
I like the points.
Should be Peel State. At 6:30 p.m. tonight. Pig! Are you supposed to say Suey? All right. And we know who Matt's cheering for. Big Jimbo guy, big A&M fan. No surprise there. Arkansas at Texas A&M. Hogs, I'm with you, bruz. Y'all got this. Sausage all day. Actually, while we're on the subject, a wild boar rib is quite delicious in terms of tasty meats to eat. So if you ever run across one on the menu, I would say to check it out. At 6:30 p.m. tonight, Mizzou, Basilak, the offense that confused LSU more than almost anything that I've ever seen before.
You're literally going to run through the adjacency if you don't just hurry the hell up. Just hurry up.
So who do you think's going to win out of Mizzou, Florida?
Florida.
Who do you think's going to win out of Navy, SMU?
SMU.
What about North Carolina, Virginia?
North Carolina.
Oklahoma, Texas Tech?
Oklahoma.
Western Kentucky, BYU?
BYU.
Wisconsin, Nebraska?
They're not playing.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Scoreboard show presented by Home Bay.
Good job.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana's #1 hospital, Ochsner.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. ServiceMaster Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but 2 NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front to Back Boat Services.
I can't tell you how many people tried to discourage me when I said, I'm opening up a haunted house. If you love doing something, don't let anything or anyone stand in your way.
How he comes up with this stuff in his head and designs it is mind-boggling.
Debbie and Home Bank understand my business and understand that it's not normal. They've worked with me since the beginning to help my business grow.
Hey, football fans, T-Bob here, reminding you that Hooters is your headquarters for football. If you can't get in, they still got the Hooters girls, the TVs, the wings, the beer, everything you love about game day. But what if you're watching at your house? Maybe having some people over. You don't feel like cooking? Well, great. Hooters, they have your back. You download the Hooters app. You'll get a free app, and then you go and you pick up the food. You bring it home. Everybody loves you because you got Hooters wings and game day. It's a match made in heaven. Download the app. Get Hooters to go. Hooters, your headquarters for football.
Do you know the proper way to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in your office? We do. We're Janney King, a leader in the cleaning industry for over 30 years, and we've developed comprehensive programs to address proper cleaning and disinfection. We have experience in applying disinfecting programs in hospitals, office buildings, schools, and other venues. Now we're ready to help and able to assist customers that need disinfecting services.
Janney King, the king of clean.
Foundation failure is common in South Louisiana, and that's why homeowners here turn to a local company they can trust, WCK Foundation Repair.
WCK is the only company that specializes in drilled piers, the ideal solution for Louisiana's unique soil conditions. WCK is locally owned and operated by a group of professionals.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life, on 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
All right, so Clemson leads Boston College 32-28. Boston College has the ball, and they are reviewing a potential targeting on Clemson. So if this if flag does come, and watch it, T, you were too busy yapping in the break with your stupid Olaf head.
Well, I'd take it off in the break. And I wasn't talking to it. I was talking to Will Blackwell and Emil McClellan, who are here for the
Brilliant.
fan cave.
Could you please watch this play so our radio audience can actually pay attention to what you're trying to say?
That
targeting
looks like targeting.
Shoulder to the head and neck area.
That looked like he was leading with the head to the head area. Like he
but
spiked
head
his
or
head
shoulder.
down.
That's got to be targeting.
Oh, yeah, I think so. And so he's out for the next game. He's out for the Notre Dame
for the first
game.
half of the next game.
I thought if you got suspended in the second half, that you missed the whole game.
You missed the first half of the next game. Remember the Devin White thing?
Oh, okay. So if you get suspended in the first half, you just missed the rest of that game. Okay.
So he'd missed the first half of the Notre Dame game. They got to drop a flag here. I mean, it's going to be targeting. It would also move Boston College just a little bit shy of midfield, down 4. So they need a touchdown to take a lead. But we'll see if in fact it matters. But 6 minutes to go in the ballgame.
Okay, a little more.
Yeah, so
a little too much time.
We'll keep an eye on that as we move through. We got about a minute and a half left here. Thoughts on LSU?
Like I said, I actually think LSU wins this game. I think they're a better team than Auburn. I just think I need to see the defense do a couple fundamental things better. And the bottom line, try as much as you can to put the game on Bo Nix's shoulders. If you do, I think that will play into LSU's few defensive strengths.
So they did call targeting in the game. So the defensive player is ejected. That Clemson fan is not happy with the decision.
That was the most Clemson-looking Clemson fan
The
ever.
double thumbs down, boo. Anyway, you got a final score in the game? Did you pick it?
No, I mean, I think LSU actually wins this by double digits. I think it's going to feel a little bit like South Carolina.
LSU and Clemson just never goes double digits.
Yeah, LSU Auburn, but yeah.
I'm sorry, LSU Auburn. It's always a close game, and I just think this is close as well. If there were a full house at Jordan-Hare, I would pick Auburn to win this game, just because LSU's defense is not good. That's the thing that we're not acknowledging closely enough, which is LSU defensively still has major issues, and Tank Bigsby and Bo Nix are going to make plays. Seth Williams is a great receiver. I think Derek Stingley locks him down. I just think Auburn's defense stinks too, and LSU's just going to score more. I think what we're going to see is a game in the 30s. I think very well could come down to a special teams play because that always seems to matter. I like LSU, though, in the ball game. I picked it 38-34. I just think it's going to be one of those things where we're scratching our heads and pulling our hair. If you have hair.
If I want to do, I'll go 42-28. LSU.
You're outside of your mind. 42, whatever. I hope you're right. I would love to have a stress-free LSU Auburn game. It's just impossible for me to see that happen.
Well, it could be like a late score thing.
He's T-Bob. I'm Matt. Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank. Y'all enjoy the game. Go Tigers.
Fan Cave next.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge, innovating healthcare for Kelly.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment.